reporting.
I'm Heather Bosch. In the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl in Santa Clara, it's the Seattle Seahawks 29, the New England Patriots 7. The Seahawks looking to avenge a loss to the Patriots at the Super Bowl in 2015. American skier Lindsey Vonn is being treated for a fractured leg after taking a fierce tumble during the downhill. Vonn was hoping to make a comeback. USA teammate Breezy Johnson won gold. CBS's Kelly O'Grady with other highlights.
We had a really good match from our mixed doubles curling team, Team USA. They are advancing very likely to the semifinals. And then we wrapped the day with the first gold medal in figure skating, and that also went to Team USA. Ilya Malinin, it all came down to him. It was a really tight race between Team USA and Team Japan.
The U.S. has 2 Olympic golds, Norway 3. Prayers today for the mother of Today's Show co-host Savannah Guthrie, Nancy, who's been missing for more than a week. CBS's Andres Gutierrez.
The search for the 84-year-old began soon after she failed to show up for Sunday service last week at Tucson's St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church, and friends grew concerned. This weekend, parishioners at St. Andrew's prayed for her safe return.
We pray for Nancy's rescue. We pray for her release. We pray that she would be brought safely home.
We received your message, and we understand.
On Saturday, Savannah Guthrie and her siblings took to social media to address those responsible for taking their mother.
They said they would be willing to pay a ransom. A measles outbreak is spreading with about 750 U.S. cases reported this year on top of 2,000 last year, despite effective vaccines. Dr. Scott Gottlieb on the board of Pfizer and United Healthcare points to Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
The secretary has been a long-standing anti-vaccine advocate. He really led the charge throughout the last 2 decades for the anti-vaccine movement. And now that he's in that position, he's able to give much more voice to it and embed it in official policy.
Gottlieb on CBS's Face the Nation. Funding for U.S. Homeland Security will expire Friday. Congressional Democrats say they won't okay more money unless it includes new restrictions on ICE. Texas Republican Tony Gonzalez on CBS's Face the Nation.
The body cameras make a lot of sense. I was really encouraged to see Secretary Noem and Tom Homan execute that. Another thing that works is communication. I think it'd be very, very key if there were communication liaisons in all the communities that ICE has.
But he opposes a ban on federal agents wearing masks. Chances are, if you're watching the Super Bowl, you've got a spread. The National Retail Federation estimates Americans are spending about $95 each. This is CBS News.
Follow and listen to CBS News Roundup on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy place every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
It's been a slow weekend at the movies. CBS's Stacey Lynn explains.
The cold blast across the country and the Super Bowl festivities have kept box office numbers down. But there is a tight battle for the top spot.
I don't think we should ever leave.
The horror comedy Send Help is expected to finish #1 again this weekend with around $9 to $10 million in ticket sales.
This is not an expedition.
The indie horror flick Iron Lung is holding strong too.
What's going on?
She was just here. While rom-com Solo Mio.
Let's go.
And the concert film that follows the K-pop boy band Stray Kids are expected to round out the top spots. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
The Melania Trump documentary, Melania, fell sharply in its second weekend. The Amazon MGM movie added 300 theaters in its second weekend of release, but dropped 67% to just $2.4 million in sales. I'm Heather Bosch, CBS.
the talk you want to hear. Wave 105 FM.
Even the people who create AI are realizing that AI could take their jobs. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. Sam Altman is the CEO of OpenAI, the biggest AI company, and he recently wrote a social media post describing an uncomfortable experience. He was creating software using a tool built by his company and said it was very fun until he began asking the system for new feature ideas and realized that at least a couple of them were better than anything he was thinking of. He said he felt a little useless. Other techies responded with similar experiences, a profound sadness as they realized that humans will never write software by hand again. Yes, it's ironic. With millions of workers terrified AI will take away their jobs, it appears the workers who create that AI may not be spared. I'm Jeff Colvin.
A long walk for peace. I'm Fred Bottomer with Report on Religion. Some 24 Buddhist monks are about to complete a 2,300-mile trek on foot from Texas to Washington, D.C., where they hope to meet with Congress and share their message of peace. CBS Evening News anchor Tony DeCopel.
On October 26th of last year, with zero fanfare, a group of Buddhist monks gathered in Fort Worth, Texas, and started a 2,300-mile walk for peace. Now, they have millions of followers across social media and are closing in on a moment of genuine national stardom. Through 8 states, crowds of thousands have greeted the monks and their dog, Aloka, lining the roads, some people in tears, some people handing out flowers. Not even the snow and the ice has stopped this walk. And at the front of the procession, the group's soft-spoken leader. Here's what he sent us today when we asked what he makes of all the attention.
This is something that I have never expected. Somehow, it's just growing each and every day. The crowd is getting larger and larger. And somehow this walk for peace has touched their heart.
Grateful and enthusiastic crowds have greeted the monks all along the way, including when they passed through Charlotte, North Carolina, where WBTV reporter Kathy Solt talked with many of those in attendance.
Some bringing gifts, others documenting the historic moment. Everyone reminded of their message and now hoping for a more peaceful and united future.
I think it's a time to get together. There's a lot of conflict and unrest in our country, and I think it's important that just the simplicity of walking and gathering and meeting strangers is the purpose of peace and compassion.
We're in a very trying time in the world, and there's a lot of things going on, a lot of conflicts, and we all just need to get along.
It was like I could barely see them, but it was really cool.
The Walk for Peace is scheduled to end at the White House this coming week. With Report on Religion, Fred Bottomer, CBS News.
A new report shows hiring has slowed, but pay is still growing. I'm Mark Hamrick with the Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. Private sector hiring got off to a slow start as the year began. New data from ADP showing employers added just 22,000 jobs in January, a lackluster pace by recent standards, and a sign the job market has continued to cool. The slowdown is not uniform. Education and health services stand out as bright spots, adding tens of thousands of jobs, while professional and business services and manufacturing continue to shed positions. Even as hiring eases, pay growth remains resilient, annual wages rising 4.5% for workers who stayed in their jobs. Those who change positions continue to see even stronger gains, although that advantage is narrowing. For job seekers, this is a market that rewards focus and flexibility. Opportunities are more concentrated in essential and people-driven fields, and with hiring more selective, preparation matters more than ever. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Mark
KGUM-FM, Dedido, powered by Glimpses Media.
2:09 in the afternoon, February 9th, on this Monday afternoon. It's the bright side right here on Wave 105. Standing by, the host of the show, Mr. Paulie Suba. Buenas.
All right, we want to thank our sponsors, Chili's Grill and Bar. More life, great food, and memories happen here. The game definitely happened at Chili's. I was hanging out with the fam and everybody else. It was a packed house. Every table was taken, especially as they were all starting to come in as Bad Bunny was ready to perform. People were like, I could care less about those two teams trying to hurt each other. What game is being played? I forgot.
Rumor has it there was a football game with the concert.
But it was definitely packed. People were just begging to come in.
Yeah,
as we were getting closer to the
so I was like,
the Bad Bunny. With all of the cameos, we'll get to that in just a bit. We do also want to thank MicroPack. Powering your business with cutting-edge tech. Visit MicroPack today. Take your business to the next level. And Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. In GTA, we start with you. Time to start a whole nother episode of The Bright Side right here on Wave 105. Viva Lunes!
Viva!
It's Monday! Some say it's super. I don't know. A whole lot of field goals were kicked. I don't know how super that is. Still fun though, right? What was the final score?
29-13.
29-13.
Yeah.
The game was over in the fourth, right?
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness. The defense of the Seattle Seahawks, they were just relentless. I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
They were up by they were definitely not the underdogs. The Patriots were the underdogs.
Well, I figured
they were favored to win by 4.
Yeah, I figured because, Rams was the number 1 scoring team of this season.
Right.
And the Patriots were number 2. So if they breezed through the Rams being the number 1 scoring team and Seattle being the number 1 defense team, I figured the Patriots would just be
the Patriots, they just had I was saying this all year long. They just had a weak schedule and they're just so lucky. That 14-3 is not really who they really are. Mm-hmm. If you just look at who they played. So, I mean, and the AFC is look at who they play. The Miami Dolphins and the New York Jets are in their division.
Yeah.
Miami Dolphins are 7-10. The Jets are 3-14. They had Buffalo, and they barely beat Buffalo. They barely beat them on a very... and so I don't know.
I wouldn't even say, weather. Everybody's talking about weather and how.
The Buffalo Bills, if they had gotten past the Denver Broncos, which it was a very controversial play at the very end, I still don't believe that was a interception. The guy ripped the ball out of one of the Buffalo Bills receivers as he was going down. It was either incomplete or it was down by contact. That was not an interception. But, yeah. So, look at who they played. Las Vegas Raiders. Okay. Miami Dolphins. The Pittsburgh Steelers. The Carolina Panthers. Mm-hmm. The Buffalo Bills, who they beat just by 3 points. The New Orleans Saints. The Tennessee Titans. The Cleveland Browns. The Atlanta Falcons. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I don't even think the Buccaneers made the playoffs. The New York Jets, the Cincinnati Bengals, who did not make the playoffs, the New York Giants. That's who they played. That's their regular season.
Wow.
Those are arguably the worst teams. The worst teams this year. Yeah. So of course you play Miami twice, and you play the Jets twice. Yeah. You lost to the Raiders early on, I believe the very first game. Then you lose to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So, I don't know.
I'm not impressed. with that.
Then they lose to Buffalo Bills late, right? And so that's what I'm saying. If they had ended up with the Buffalo Bills in the AFC Championship, I think the Bills would have made it to the Super Bowl and would have been a better matchup against the Seahawks. I believe Josh Allen ended up being the MVP, right? I think he did over the weekend.
Over the weekend?
He
got
it. Yeah. So they ended up the last set of games: Baltimore Ravens, the New York Jets, and then Miami Dolphins to finish off their season. Arguably the easiest schedule this year, this season.
And it showed considering the beating that they took today. Jeez.
Yeah. Let me see. I have to double check, but I don't even think the Pittsburgh Steelers made the playoffs. But I think Carolina did, Buffalo did. And that's it? 2 teams? 2 teams. Let's go look at they played 2 teams that made the playoffs. Yeah, because the Baltimore Ravens didn't even make it in. Who did they play? Only the Buffalo Bills on the AFC. Okay, Pittsburgh Steelers. So that's 2 teams. And then who did they play on? Carolina. Only 3 teams. They only played 3 teams that made the playoffs this year.
Wow.
Yeah. The Buffalo Bills twice.
Who's in charge of scheduling with the NFL?
The Baltimore Ravens did not make the playoffs, so they didn't even. Pittsburgh Steelers, and then the Carolina Panthers, who barely got in. Wow. Carolina Panthers 8-9. 8-9, a losing record. They made the playoffs because they won their division.
But what was their record for the season?
14-3, but that's on paper.
Yeah, okay.
On paper.
Okay.
And they lost to the Raiders too. Who was probably going to win the first round draft and get the quarterback from Indiana.
Plus, they got they're going to they have a new coach now.
So that's how I knew. I was like, I knew that the Patriots are just. I've been saying it. They're super overrated. Overrated.
Yeah.
But any given Sunday, I was like, okay, give them the benefit of the doubt. And the Seattle Seahawks defense, they're just relentless. Relentless.
When, what's his name, their star quarterback, who's that guy? Tom Brady? Yeah, when he left, they replaced him. Well, they got Cam Brady, right? For a little bit? The Patriots?
I think it was Mac Jones.
Was it Mac Jones?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But then they brought in this dude.
Yeah.
And so he's all right. I mean, it's a learn. They'll learn from this. I think they can get better. I mean, they have what's his name, who's a decent running back. They have 2 decent running backs over in New England.
Who has the best record on the East? Them?
No, Seattle Seahawks.
No, on the East.
On the East. What do you mean on the East?
AFC
East.
AFC, yeah.
That's them. They do 14-3. They were tied with Denver.
Okay. For
the best record in the AFC. But again, I mean, besides Buffalo Bills, the other 2 teams in your division is the Miami Dolphins at 7-10 and the New York Jets at 3-14. So you really are only competing against the Buffalo Bills every year, at least for right now, to get into the playoffs. Yeah. Because you're basically the NFC South.
The Dolphins don't even come in on the map.
Yeah, you're basically the NFC South where you can get into the playoffs at 8-9 as long as your other teams suck.
Yeah.
Right? And the Buffalo Bills will take that division every time as long as if they have Josh Allen as their quarterback. However, we did not get to see Josh Allen play against the New England Patriots in the AFC Championship because, again, they went up against Denver, and then the Patriots, they got the best luck. They didn't get to play Bills. They played Denver with against an injured offense because Denver Broncos did not have their starting quarterback.
They didn't,
Right? He broke his foot, I think, in overtime against the Bills.
Yeah.
So, they didn't truly play the Denver Broncos with all of their, weapons. So they made it on. However, it didn't take long. I mean, obviously, we saw a bunch of field goals early. I think no touchdowns in the first half, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then, they got motivated. Once they saw Bad Bunny out on the, like, doing his thing, you're like, yes. Woo, we are motivated. Bad Bunny.
Yeah, I think they scored.
Let's go.
I think they scored like twice on the fourth quarter touchdowns, 2 touchdowns.
There was one touchdown that a recover sack.
Mm-hmm.
Sack for fumble or something, right? I think I just saw the highlights.
I think that was the third one. That was the
when
third,
I was watching Bad Bunny do his thing. I was like, there was no need to watch any more football after that. So I was watching a little bit of highlights here and there, just so we can kind of, talk about it, because that's what's trending. That is the hottest thing trending right now.
It's funny because before I came in to work, I was watching a couple of the players from both teams, asking what do they think about Bad Bunny? What's their favorite song from it? None of them knew who Bad Bunny was. At least probably 2 or 3 out of the 10 that they interviewed. It's like I don't know anything about him. I've never heard of him and all that. So it's funny how I think this is probably the first time ever in a Super Bowl that nobody knew who the performer was as far as the team was concerned.
Sure.
Yeah, so it was like, and then, a lot of people have mixed emotions. You're like, I really don't care. I'm going to learn a new language today.
It was very theatrical, though.
Uh-huh.
It was a performance.
Yeah.
I liked it. Somebody got married.
Really?
Like, you turned it off? Did you go watch Kid Rock or something?
No.
Did you not see the halftime show?
No. I was on the road too busy. I was just listening here and there.
Yeah.
But later on tonight,
somebody got married.
Somebody got married.
I looked it up. I was like, is this true? Was this real? Yeah. They stopped the show to marry a couple.
Did you see any ICE agents?
I did not.
Yeah, okay. Because
I did not see
Christy Nome said that they're going to be out in full force on that day.
To look for illegal aliens that paid how much to go watch the Super Bowl? Like, really? That's where illegal aliens, criminal illegal aliens.
Yeah.
That's where they're gonna spend their money to watch the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
She should just
I think you should go. I think they're
that
gonna
money. That money goes into the economy.
The illegal criminals are probably nowhere near the Super Bowl, right? Nowhere near. They're up to no good.
The most highly televised event on TV. That's the last place you can find anything.
They're somewhere else.
Oh man. Woo. Priorities, people. Priorities.
Yeah.
But it was a good game nonetheless. And I'm a big Seahawks fan.
Of course it was for you.
Yeah.
You're wearing Seahawks right now. Of course.
So, I want to do my, my speech. First off, I want to thank the good Lord. All my friends, my families, especially the fans, because without the fans, I couldn't have done it. And if you ask where I'm going to Disneyland.
There you go. Heck yeah. I haven't heard them say that since Joe Montana made that famous.
Yeah, you did.
Joe Montana. It was so cool to see him there.
No, seriously.
He was there.
Disney actually paid for that.
Really?
Yes, they paid for it.
Not the first time, though,
not the
it?
first time.
Okay.
But,
but he made that statement
since
famous.
Since it became a trend right after him.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, they were like, all right, we're going to interview the quarterback. He gets like X amount of money, millions of dollars. All he has to say is Disneyland. What are you doing now that you won? I'm going Disneyland.
I'm going to Disneyland.
$20 million right off the bat. Yeah. just to say something that's not even 5 seconds.
I don't even think they need to advertise anymore.
Oh, of course.
Disneyland is already it.
Yeah.
They don't need to spend $8 million to advertise on the Super Bowl.
In the CBS News, Bob Iger, I think that's his name, the former CEO, he's stepping down, and so now
that's right.
One of the rank and file, the guy that grew with the company, he's taking over. So hopefully they can lower down the prices.
Right? I don't think they are. Mm-hmm. I think they found what they're good at. Mm. They're definitely good at amusement parks.
Oh, definitely.
I don't think that they're that good anymore in making movies.
Yeah. Of course
I watched the Snow White. I was like, what is this nonsense?
Yeah, no,
and that has nothing to do with who they casted as Snow White.
Yeah.
The movie was just trash.
Aside
I'm like,
from-
how did you ruin this fairy tale?
The acquisition of Marvel really boosted Disney and
Okay.
also Star Wars too as well. Yeah,
Sure.
those guys, and I mean, when you watch YouTube and you have all this fan base,
Right.
what if scenario videos that they post up.
Yeah.
Some of the the actual directors for like Star Wars are actually getting ideas, because like some stories are not even canon to Star Wars, right? But they're looking at it as like, wow, okay, that is when they make the connection with the actual movie to the fan base stuff. And so I watched this interview.
Also, they're moving away from what is in the books.
No. Well, yeah, and creating their own story.
Their own,
yeah,
through
fan
what the
base.
fans like fan fiction
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, like what fans would like to actually see, and even because it's all generated AI
Sure.
and stuff. And so,
Wait, what? They're using generated AI?
Yeah, you got to watch it, man. It's
Oh.
actually it's like like what if what's his name, Dooku, and had a fight with. I mean, it's just and then like Darth Vader talking to Luke and trying to explain that yes, you are my son and everything. I mean, the storyline is actually a little bit longer. So they're looking at it and they're saying, "Wow, this is very interesting." And so it's something that fans generated themselves, and so now the directors and the movie people are saying, "Okay, this is something. Maybe we should start venturing out and look for scripts. That way we can."
Yeah, they need to look for these scripts because they're not doing so well.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I tried to so I really enjoyed Mandalorian. The very first episode.
Yeah.
The second episode started to fall off, and I haven't even watched the third.
No, same here. I watched it. The when you see all the cameos that
Yeah.
were there. What's his name? Ip Man was there too as well.
Right.
Yeah. So I was like, okay.
Yes.
And he's blind, but he's not
Yes.
a Jedi, but he's still moving like a Jedi.
Nah, but so they really let me down with the whole Boba Fett.
Yeah.
So they did a whole season on Boba Fett. I'm like,
Yeah.
this is boring.
Yeah. Did you watch?
I'm bored.
Did you watch Obi-Wan?
No,
Series?
I did not. Is
Wow.
it good?
It's good.
Okay,
It's good.
I'll
You got to
give it a
watch it.
chance.
I mean, there is a episode there where he
How far back does it go? Is he with Anakin or
No, no,
before
no.
that?
This was
after Anakin.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
Anakin.
Darth Vader is one of the episodes, and they go at it.
Oh,
yeah.
Then
so
I will watch this.
It's really good, man. I was like, whoa, okay.
Okay.
And I think on the first season, there's only like 6 episodes. I
Okay.
think they're on the second one now. But yeah, you got to watch it. I just watched the first episode, and then I binged the whole 3. I finished it.
Okay. I am excited for Mandalorian the movie,
Mhm.
just because I'm like, okay, because the very first one was really good.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was so impressed with the storytelling
Yeah.
of the very first season. But then it was just almost like I was playing. They were doing side quests in season 2.
Yeah.
I'm like, you gotta really pump up the action here.
Mhm.
It can't just be one side quest after another, and that's the way I felt it. It was almost like what Marvel was doing with the agents.
Yeah. Oh,
it
yeah,
was on
the-
ABC.
yeah.
I forget what it was
Yeah.
called, but I was like, these are all side quests.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I can't follow along.
Yeah, and then the way Marvel is doing it is that all these TV series, they're tying it in. So if you miss the TV series, you're kind of like crapped out of luck, pretty much, because
Well,
trying to understand the story.
That
Yeah.
upsets me a little
It
because
does, it
I'm
does.
not gonna watch them all. Especially,
But the good
well,
thing-
make them good and
Yeah.
I'll watch it.
The good thing about it is that Marvel is doing away from all the TV stuff now.
Yeah,
They're just focusing.
because I liked it when it was on Netflix.
Yeah.
So the first Punisher was really good.
Mm.
What's her name? Jones was really good.
Mm.
The first couple Daredevils were good.
Yeah.
Right. And when they brought it back after so many years, then it did that. For the first couple episodes were good, and then it just kind of fell off
The
again
only
for
thing
me.
I don't like about Netflix is you can get into one of their own house TV series. Like, God, what's that one with, what's his name? what's his name? He starred in the vampire movie in 1987, 88.
Whoa.
Lost Boys.
Okay, Kiefer Sutherland.
Kiefer Sutherland. Yeah.
Okay.
There was a TV series called Distinguish, or no, gosh,
I don't know.
where he was a cabinet member. And
oh yeah, 24 Hours?
No, not 24 Hours. He was a cabinet member. He was like the lowest cabinet member.
Oh yes, Last Survivor or something like that.
Yeah, designated
survivor.
So I was watching it and it was
Yes.
great, man.
Yes.
I was like, man, second season.
Then they just kept doing the things over and over.
Second season. I mean, it seems like whoever the story people were, got fired before the second season started.
Maybe.
Because it just like, the interest and, just getting interested in the story just died on the second season.
Because I'm all for, I like slow burn movies.
Mhm.
But if you're going to do that throughout a series, then you're not going to keep me interested.
Yeah.
You need a cliffhanger after cliffhanger after cliffhanger.
And that's what the
to
first
keep
season
me coming
was.
back.
And
Yep.
that's what the first season was.
And if
like,
you're not doing that and you're just trying to build characters or build up a story every episode for 4 straight episodes, then I don't know if you're going to be able to keep people following that show. And eventually it'll just get canceled. But again, I don't know. I think where Disney's bread and butter is now is amusement parks, and that's why I don't think that they'll lower the prices. I feel like they'll make you spend more, especially they found that those fast passes, they're not free anymore.
Wow.
You pay for them. So they figured out that time is money, which is very true.
Yeah.
So if you want to spend more time at these amusement parks and not spend so much time lining up, then you'll pay for that.
Yeah.
And so there's tiers now to how many rides you get access to, premier rides. And so I think that they're just finding more ways to make you pay to go because they know you will. Right?
Man,
These movies, I don't know.
First time I've been to Disneyland was 1984. My parents took us, me and my brother and sister, and I believe the passes were like $60. So I ended up taking my daughter like so many years ago, and it was her 4th birthday. So I was like, okay, it's just me and her, right? And I paid like probably $90 for her, and then about probably $125 for me.
It's somewhere around 300 now.
Yeah. So, and my daughter, she just went there in December. She's like, Dad, can you send me some money? I'm like, where are you going? Like, I'm going to Disneyland again. I'm like, okay, well, how much do you need? It's like, I need $500. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
Easy 500 because the tickets and then the food and maybe a couple fast passes too. They say that it's cheaper to fly all the way to Japan and go to Disney Japan.
Yeah.
With the flight too. Like I didn't realize that it's really come down to that.
I wonder what the difference is between prices of the Hong Kong Disney and then they also have Shanghai Disney too as well. What the prices are.
Well, I've already been told that, and I've seen it, but I'm also not the one spending.
Yeah.
So, but everything is a lot cheaper. Even the mouse, the hats, the souvenirs.
Oh man, that was a cool.
They're all cheaper in Japan.
That was like a cool $35 when I bought one.
I think it's cheaper than $35.
Wow.
The Mickey hats, all of the souvenirs in Japan.
Okay.
So, I've only been to Disney World, Disneyland, and Japan. I've never been to Hong Kong. I've never been to Shanghai. I think you have to have a visa to go to Shanghai, but I could be wrong. But I am a fan of the amusement parks, and I would like to go one day, at least one time, to go check out the ones in Hong Kong and in Shanghai, because I'm told they're different.
They're different.
Yeah.
I mean, I have friends that visit Disneyland all over the world, right? And they say, if you really, really want to get the feel of Disneyland, California is probably the
It is my favorite.
Yeah. I mean, because it's a little bit
Even
small.
the vibe is different.
Oh, yeah, man.
I'm sorry, but there are some people that should not be working at Disney World. I'm like, really? You are in the happiest place on earth.
Yeah.
Why do you have an attitude right now?
Why do you have a moodful face?
Yeah. Really? You're not going to You're not going to let my daughter take pictures with Pocahontas? She's been waiting the whole time.
Yeah.
She's been in the line. She's in the line. There's somebody behind her saying that that's the end of the line. How is she not able to take pictures with Pocahontas?
No,
That's just silliness.
my daughter, even through COVID, her first picture with, what's his name? Goofy? Not Goofy, the other one. Pluto, right? 4 years old. And then her second time, another one. And then, no, the second time was when COVID was hit, right? Where they finally just opened. But you weren't allowed to stand near him, so he was like at a box area, and she just
because of COVID.
Yeah, because of COVID.
Because of COVID.
Yeah, and then it's like tradition with her that she always takes a picture with Pluto and everything. So she's on her fourth picture right now.
Right.
But I always thought it was kind of cool. I mean, just to the Berenstein Bears, were they there? Yeah, I think right. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that was my time. They're not there. I don't think they're characters anymore.
Yeah. Somebody's on the line, or are we good?
Yeah, there is somebody on the line.
Oh, we'll take them.
But okay.
Yeah,
you can do this. All right.
Sure. Half a day, Wave 105, you're on the air.
Yeah, what's it? I heard about Disneyland.
I'm sorry?
I said, what's it? I heard about Disneyland.
Oh, yeah. We're just talking story, really. It just came up.
Story?
We were just
I never
talking.
got to go there, man.
I don't even know how we got to Disneyland, but we did.
I lived in Long Beach for 5 years. I never got to go to Disneyland. I went up to where's that place where the wish sticks? You got to ride a helicopter for 3 days to come to one end of their property to the other one.
Oh wow!
Redding, California.
Okay.
And the old man left a long time ago, and he bought a big spread. And my cousin was telling me you need a helicopter to get from one end to the other.
Wow.
But, yeah, I never got to go there, man. And my sister went to Disneyland in Japan.
Yeah.
And I said, what were you thinking? It ain't no joke to go to Japan and go to Disney. You better have a lot of U.S. currency.
Oh, you don't need U.S. currency there. You can use
I know
yen.
you don't, but
use yen.
From the U.S. currency to the yen, you better have a lot of U.S. currency because it's not cheap in Japan.
Oh, it's your U.S. dollars go further. So when you convert it to yen, you'll get more money because the yen is weak. Yeah.
Oh, I thought the yen was
maybe in the 90s, but it has reversed. Our dollar is strong there.
Wow,
Yeah.
But yeah, still, it's just not the same as the Disneyland and the mainland. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But she went there and took her grandkids and her daughter and her son-in-law, and it's like, oh, they must have a lot of money.
Sometimes it's all about experience, right? I mean, you wanna create these experiences. It is, some of my fondest memories were as a kid going to Disneyland, and that's just something that I want to do for my kids too, right? Is just give them some of these memories. And what better place than Disneyland, the happiest place on earth, whether it's Japan or California or Paris if we're lucky, right? Sometimes we spend a little bit more, obviously, but it's for those experiences.
Yeah, when I went to Long Beach to go visit my cousins, they were born and raised there. And when I met them, they weren't into Disneyland. They were into cruising the boulevard and in the 64 Chevy Chevy Bomb, fender skirts, Sunriser, Gangster White Wolves. Those were my cousins, and I went there, and they were freaking me out because they were gangsters.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Long Beach. Better be rough when you're in Long Beach, man. San Jose, California, Fresno. I used to be afraid to go out and party with them. It's like, whoa, I'm new to this, But anyway, it'd be a good series to have here in Guam where it'll make a killing.
What's that?
We open up a TV show, call it The Young, the Restless, and we put in some of our government employees and some of our government leaders and our senators and our governor, and with all the drama and with all the tapes we got, we can make a series for a long time. We can make a lot of money. What do you think?
Yeah, that doesn't sound too bad of an idea.
Yeah, like it'd be like what's his name? Fantasy Island, Tattoo, the plane, and we got the governor and the millionaire and his wife, and because there's a lot of drama going on in this island, man, and we can make TV. I mean, it's been going on for so long. We got tapes, we got recordings, we got everything, we got archives. We can make a TV show, call it The Young and the Restless. I bet we make a killing, Polly.
Maybe. I mean, people like drama, right? Real quick, don't hang up. Ryan, do you mind just resetting the DJB?
Okay.
Just reset it while I have, because I don't want to reset it during a break because we need it to be playing during a break. I just got a message that we got to reset real quick. But go ahead, tell me more about Young and the Restless.
Make sure everybody go out and vote, and watch who you vote for, and put the right people in there, because once we get them in there, we're stuck with them, man. And we need people that's going to lead this island, not followers.
Let me see.
Because we need to change the way we think and do things, man, and make this island a better place to live for everybody. Thank you, Paulie.
Right, thanks. Yeah, so, well, I guess we can't do it now because you got to go to break, right? Yeah. But at some point, we'll just go to break and then we'll figure this out, yeah. Because there's a couple things that we have to do on the back end, but we'll do that soon enough.
Got friends who still haven't switched to GTA? Now's the time to give them a nudge, because you can get up to $150 just for sending them our way. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet, and you'll score $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's sweet, and it pays to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
Burger King's double cheeseburger line is here. The Classic Double, Bacon Double, and Rodeo Double. The Classic features 2 flame grilled beef topped with pickles, ketchup, mustard, and melty American cheese on a warm sesame seed bun. The Bacon has pickles, ketchup, mustard, melty American cheese, and crispy savory bacon. And the Rodeo, filled with melty American cheese, tangy barbecue sauce, and onion rings. Make it a meal with cheesy tots and a refreshing Coca-Cola. BK's new double cheeseburgers, available for a limited time only at BK. You rule.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825 extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovWam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic. Our island, your clinic.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
Got something you never sent your ex but still think about? Now's your chance. Text us the message you'd send your ex today. Funny, petty, sweet, or even savage. Don't send it to them, send it to us. We'll read the best ones on air and pick our favorites. Win prizes from Vince Jewelers, including gift certificates, tote bags, and wallets, plus foot massage gift certificates from Rui Spa.
Wow.
Your Valentine's season therapy is on Wave 105.
Your island, your conversations, your station, Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media.
.43 in the afternoon on this Monday afternoon, February 9th. It is Wave 105, and this is The Bright Side with Mr. Pauly Silva. Buenas.
All right. I was trying to find how many celebrities. There was a lot, actually. There are a whole lot of celebrities that showed up. The halftime show. But he just there's a sign out loud. He just reminded me. Oh, there's a couple more now that have picked up. Philip Cruz for Senator, Republican. Ooh. Oh, this is for Congressman Jim Moylan. Charlie Babastro picked up for Congressman Jim Moylan. Oh, on, what was it, the 7th? Was that Saturday? Yeah, right? Saturday 7th. Yeah. I didn't know the Guam Election Commission is open on Saturday because he picked it up. Oh, he did it online. He picked it up online. Okay. So those are the two new names. Because the last person that I was looking at was Senator Shelley Calvo, who picked it up on the 4th. Bishra Mendiola, who picked it up on the 4th. Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Dr. Mary Okada picked up for Speaker Frank and Dr. Okada. Louise Borja picked up for herself. Sabrina Salas Mantanani picked up for herself. A Kimberly Keneshiro picked up for Jordan Pauloon. So we had attorneys, 3 attorneys, right? Mm-hmm. That were on. So you can go back to last Friday and you can listen to our interviews. Last Friday at 3 p.m. was Attorney Jordan Pauloon. Then it was Attorney Pete Santos at 4. Then it was Phil Tydinko at 5. And so, again, there are people that we do know that are running, but we went by this packet, and that was to just cover all of our bases too, right? Who picked up a packet? That's who we went and we reached out to. And so there are only 3 people as of Friday, and I even double-checked on Friday, right? Because anybody can say they are. We don't know for sure if they are. All of a sudden, they're running for senator.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, they're running for governor. I don't know. There can still be more. There can be more later. But it was, you pick up your packet, then I'll reach out to you. And so we only did the 3 AGs, the candidates that picked up packets. Now, whoever else picks up packets,
they're more than welcome.
Yeah. Or you don't even need to pick up a packet. You can be like, yo, I want to come on too. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. So, and there's still a bunch of people that we want to reach out to. I think that I just wanted to breathe a little.
Yeah.
Let it breathe a little, and then we'll start doing this again. There's obviously so many people that have picked up for senator, but what I really want to do is I want to have deeper conversations with people that we normally don't. Like for Guam Education Board member, right? I think even for myself, I just want to do better as somebody that has a platform like this.
Yeah.
To have more of those conversations. What is the role of the Guam Education Board? And what can you bring to the table? Do you understand the role of the Guam Education Board? Because here's what I will say. A lot of us voters don't necessarily understand the role of the board, of a Guam Education Board member.
Or the powers that they have.
Yeah. And so I would say that sometimes we're voting because we don't realize the role. But what we do want is we want somebody in there that can go to the schools and call it out.
Yeah.
And say, look, that's disgusting. This is roach infested. Let me see where people are saying the mold is at. Let me see all of that. You need to fix that now.
Yeah.
I do know that there are people that vote for these candidates for the Guam Education Board that expect that out of the Guam Education Board. Is that the role of the Guam Education Board?
Yeah.
That needs to be out there too for all of us voters to better understand the role. I think the same thing for the PUC and the CCU. I think the Attorney General also.
Yeah. All these other offices, but back to GDOE. You're right. part of me voting for you as a candidate is, do you understand your role? Do you understand your do's and don'ts? Because apparently that seems to be what's going on right now, where a bunch of
there are grievances
coming out from the employee, the rank and file, and saying that the board is intrusive, and it's pretty much like getting in the way with micromanaging and stuff like that. And that's not the board's role. The board's role is basically to hire the superintendent, make sure the superintendent is doing a great job, and grade the superintendent with the performance. They cannot go into a school and say, you need to pick up this trash, and you need to, paint the school, and you need to do this, and you need to do that. On a policy-making side, they work with the legislature, because they're the ones that are going up to the legislature asking for, the funds for their next budget. So until you understand what the role of the board is, as a candidate for the board, running for the board, my thing is you need to understand, and then also the voter needs to understand what they're voting for too, because that person that you might be voting for might be a hindrance or might be somebody that progresses, with GDOE, the schools and whatnot. Other than that, because until this day, I don't even know what the role is of the board.
Well, we're finding out, right? They're not a governing board.
Yeah. And I know that they've been asking for some governing, for some governing.
Is this the will of the people? And so I think if you ask the voters, what do they want from their board? I think let's just do it.
Yeah.
Put it out on a referendum. But I think you'll find that they do want a governing board.
Yeah.
I think that you'll find that they don't want it to go back to the governor.
Yeah.
Because what you don't want is you don't want the Guam Department of Education to be where you place your political, those that helped you run your campaign to end up working there. It's like, do you have any experience in teaching? Do you have any experience in administering education? And if so, then you should work there, or at least apply. But to be placed there is another story. Now, I've heard some really good stuff. I've heard some great stories of when the governor was basically running the show at GDOE. I heard some really good stories. This was before the military students left the schools. And then after that, maybe because the lack of funding that came from DOD, we lost those kinds of resources to keep up with the facilities and whatnot.
Yeah.
Maybe that is true. And maybe we had plenty bodies to be there to help with GDOE. But there were enough people at the time that said, we got to make a change. And so they changed it.
Yeah.
And they created the superintendent position to be outside, that the Guam Education Board votes on, elected by the people. And that is their one employee. They can fire that employee. And I think that's what happens sometimes. Is there somebody on the line?
No.
Oh. No. I think that's what happens sometimes. There's some pressure from the Guam Education Board. If you don't tell your people to do what we tell them, we'll fire you.
Yeah.
Your report card, we do the report card. And so maybe they're like, okay, well then I need to tell some people that this has to happen. But what we hear now, Dr. Judy Guthertz had said at the last oversight hearing that happened last week, is she goes, no, that's not happening. But ma'am, you just became the chairperson of the board. You were recently voted as the chairperson. Angel Sablon just had that position,
Mm.
and so did Dr. Mario Cotta before him.
Yeah.
And before that, you weren't even part of the board, at least for a number of years, because you just got elected 2 years ago back to this board. A lot has happened before that, and I think a lot of the teachers or educators or anybody within Department of Education is not just might not even be talking about things that are so recent, talking about 30 years of some grievances, maybe 30 years of overstepping, and that's what they were calling out. But what I will say is that some instances there are receipts, and you can just follow along in some of these oversight hearings where certain board members are having meetings without different stakeholders, different communities. And it was affecting these communities, these schools, making decisions without principals, making decisions for Teason High School. And maybe it wasn't an official decision, but when you watch the dang meeting, or at least listen, you hear statements. You hear statements like, I don't care if we have to remove those students from Teason High to place Simon Sanchez students there. Double session must end.
I keep thinking of the movie White Chicks, where it's like, you said it. Well, you thought it.
And so these statements get said.
Yeah.
And maybe they don't get said at the meetings, but they get said at other meetings.
Yeah.
And then
It just caused.
it comes out. And of course, these students at Teason High are like, wait a minute. Y'all are talking about us. Look at all the progress that we've made.
Yeah.
You keep saying that it's a rumor. You keep saying that nobody's saying this. However, let's play this. And they hear it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they say, we have every right to be here. We're talking to the right people. Are we not talking to the right people? You are the board, right? And a board member said these things, and we want to know, what are you doing? Are you going to remove us? Because yes, something has to be done about double session. However, have the conversation with everybody. Because when you do things behind closed doors, then it just becomes more, there's more speculation.
Yeah.
I think you have to level with people. You can't, again, this is a public school system. Somebody's going to have to make a tough decision, and you're not going to please everybody. And if Simon Sanchez School isn't going to get built anytime soon, we got to make this decision too on double session. Where are the Simon Sanchez students going to go? And that's not for me. I'm a talk show host. That's not for me to make decisions. They're supposed to have these decisions.
Well,
they're supposed to flesh it out.
The decision is going to be made on November.
So
and people have to take note of that. You want to know what's going on with Simon Sanchez? There's your ticket, guys.
Because there are, we can flesh it out. I mean, as this, again, this is, you're not going to please people. However, you can make decisions like redistricting. You can redistrict. And you can even say that this is temporary. But you got to bring it with data too, because trust me, emotions, they will bring emotions. But you got to bring it with data. And from what I've been hearing is Ukadu High School is scoring pretty dang high. Even during double sessions. They're still figuring it out. They're still testing high with double sessions.
Yeah.
And look at the progress that Teason High has made, too, with the number of classes that they have.
Weren't they created because of double session?
Ukadu?
Yeah. No. Teason.
I'm not sure.
Or was
overcrowding.
Overcrowding
Over at GW. This is going to solve some of it.
Yeah.
And so you can, but just know, bring the data that shows that the double session is not working, and I believe that there is data there, but because if you don't, you will be faced with a lot of emotion. And you can say that, yes, this is temporary. We are redistricting because it's temporary. And then when Simon Sanchez finally gets built, a whole new school community will be created, and we will redistrict again. Redistricting is not new. We've been redistricting. There are a number of times where I'm supposed to go to Agata. Oh, all of a sudden, I'm going to Jose Rios. And my classmates are not. Some of my classmates are still going to Agata Johnston. They have redistricted before. This is not new. But again, they have to put that out to the community and just make it all public. And don't be afraid of the emotions. Don't be afraid of the pushback. Because that's why you ran. That's why you want to be in this position. Because you can handle that pressure. 3:01 in the afternoon, we'll take the break. KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Christopher Cruz. The Seattle Seahawks have soundly defeated the New England Patriots in Super Bowl 60.
That will do it. Seattle reigns above them all in the NFL. The Seahawks, Super Bowl champions for the second time.
The game on NBC.
I'm Heather Bosch in Seattle, where cheers are erupting across the city. There are fireworks shooting out of the top of the Space Needle right now. The Seahawks defeating the New England Patriots in the Super Bowl 29-13. The Hawks avenging a loss to the Patriots in the Super Bowl in 2015. This is Seattle's fourth trip to the big game and its second Lombardi Trophy. Heather Bosch, CBS News, Seattle.
This fan enjoyed singer Bad Bunny's halftime show that featured a couple actually getting married.
I thought it was a good halftime show. I thought it was fun. I liked how, my favorite part was how he brought all the flags together at the end, and how happy they were to kind of like see the unity that he was trying to portray there on the field. So I thought it was pretty cool.
Deep freeze has a deep grip on much of the Northeast, and along Lake Erie, strong winds piled ice into mounds up to 20 feet high. CBS News meteorologist Grant Gilmore is at the map.
Over 60 million Americans once again underneath cold weather alerts with dangerously cold wind chills between 20 to 30 degrees below zero. And this Arctic air will send actual temperatures below zero to around 10 degrees, with many still feeling like below zero.
A public service announcement was released on social media today featuring some of Jeffrey Epstein's victims.
We're standing together. Standing together. Because this girl deserves the truth.
Because she deserves the truth.
Because we all deserve the truth.
Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell will be questioned behind closed doors by the House Oversight Committee tomorrow. She's serving a 20-year sentence for trafficking girls to Epstein. She's expected to invoke her Fifth Amendment right to not answer questions. A week after Today's Show co-host Savannah Guthrie's mother was taken from her home in Tucson, police appear to be no closer to learning who the kidnapper is. CBS's Andres Gutierrez is in Tucson.
Despite the FBI offering a $50,000 reward, authorities say they still don't have a suspect, person of interest, or vehicles in this investigation.
A second ransom deadline is approaching. Top story of the hour, the Seattle Seahawks have won the franchise's second Super Bowl, defeating the New England Patriots 29-13. It's the sixth Super Bowl loss for the Patriots. That's a record. They were hoping to win their seventh Super Bowl, which would have set an NFL record. Instead, they remain tied with the Steelers at 6. This is CBS News.
Real crimes, real justice. Follow and listen to 48 Hours on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Roses are going to be very expensive this Valentine's Day, but CBS's Cammie McCormick says...
Be my cradle, be my womb. My misnabo, be the stillness of the moon. My dollar is going on to a place I never knew. Baby, so getting home to a light that leads me back to you. 어디쯤엔 타고 와 이내 물러 뒤엄하게 사 Cantazi mo hinangang hinem home I corazon sa undi inasinya Napagod si may nakat niya Itan sa uso na isagam mo Taseho Fango design Be my light, my compass star But they all gave my thing Be the strings of my guitar Something strong and something true. Ganto si tamo hinangang hinang home I corazon sa undi inasinya Panapagod si imay hakat niya Ihitano sa uso da isagam mo
3:08 in the afternoon. Welcome back to The Bright Side, right here on Wave 105. Standing by with all the talk on the island, Mr. Paulie Suba. Buenas.
All right, this is Wave 105, brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar. Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here, especially Valentine's, right? It's coming up. They've got some Valentine's specials Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We'll be sure to give you more updates as we get closer and closer to Valentine's. And Crown Plaza Resort and MicroPack, powering your business with cutting-edge tech. Visit MicroPack today. Take your business to the next level. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. And GTA, we start with you.
Wave 105. The bright side with Mr. Paulie Suba. Buenas.
All right, welcome back. The bright side right here on Wave 105. 671-922-1051 or 1052. We're also online to wave105.com as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. I saw, let me see here. I saw this letter from Senator Chris Duenas, and it was to Lester Carlson, the director of BBMR. And let me just start with the letter that came in from the BBMR director. And this is concerns about the proposed performance-based budget timeline. So Senator Chris Duenas sent both letters to the media, right? His response to Lester. And so it made sense that he would send the letter from Lester so we can understand where is he coming from with this letter that he sent. So we'll start with the letter from Lester Carlson of BBMR. He says this supports performance. He supports performance-based budgeting in principle, but believes the current plan and timeline are unrealistic and could fail if pushed too quickly. And so he mentions that BBMR is committed to modernizing Guam's budget system, including using performance-based budgeting. However, this will only work if the groundwork is done properly. And so the timeline doesn't necessarily make sense operationally, according to Mr. Carlson. He argues that the proposed 5-month rollout is too rushed and poorly sequenced. And so he believes that it's not logical or practical given the current fiscal environment. And he also mentions that beginning with large agencies like Department of Parks and Recreation or Public Works or DRT, that because these agencies are deeply interconnected, they're harder to measure. So instead, he recommends starting with like smaller, simpler agencies as pilot cases. And so he reminds Senator Chris Duenas that Guam already tried switching to the performance-based budgeting back in fiscal year 2013 under the Calvo administration. And Mr. Carlson said that it failed. And so his point is, if we ignore, I guess, history, then it risks repeating the same mistakes. So he's warning that the performance-based budget can't succeed unless directors and their administrative staff are fully trained and supported. And rolling this out without enough qualified personnel would make the effort ineffective. So he recommends merging the director level and technical staff seminars so everyone hears the same information and understands expectations clearly. And he shares that he won't be available for the February meetings because he'll be staffing the governor at the National Governors Association winter meeting. And so he's asking, have agencies already been contacted? Who is responsible for scheduling? Are committees running seminars, or will outside experts lead them? If experts are involved, who are they? And so Director Carlson says that while the governor supports the idea of the PBB, or performance-based budget, the administration has not agreed to use it for the fiscal year 2027 budget. So, coming up. Again, he says the governor made it clear the administration currently lacks the capacity to submit a performance-based budget. However, maybe 2028 is more of a feasible target for implementation. And he says, if agencies perform well and exceed expectations, where would the money come from to increase their budgets? And he states that Senator Chris Duenas has publicly opposed keeping the BPT at 4.5% without new revenue. So Carlson warns that the PBB risks become just a theoretical exercise. And he wants to define success first before we move forward. He says Guam must clearly define what success means, using standards that are measurable, fair, and verifiable. So Senator Chris Duenas responds in a letter. And so he thanks Director Carlson. However, he reframes the debate as a matter of public accountability. Because the argument is that the public, he says, the public deserves better. And so Guam's people have waited long enough for government to work properly, he states. And fiscal year 2013's failure is not an excuse. If BBMR has been trying to implement this performance-based budget since 2013 and failed, that's not a reason to delay. It's proof of a long-standing execution problem that must be fixed now. This is about urgency and not patience. And so waiting another year just prolongs dysfunction, according to Senator Chris Duenas. The committee will convene an initial meeting with oversight chairs and agencies to confirm with agencies that are involved, finalize dates, assign roles, and then lock in deliverables. His goal is to stop the back and forth letters and move into action. And so he also mentions why these agencies were chosen. He disagrees with Carlson's claim that the sequence is unsound. He says that Department of Parks and Recreation or Public Works and DRT were chosen because they matter most to daily life, not because they're easy. The parks affects the public safety and usable spaces. Public Works affects roads and infrastructure. And DRT affects trust in government services. It says these are real lived experiences for residents. He agrees that merging director and technical staff seminars could be helpful and says this will be addressed in the coordination meeting. However, BBMR must still participate. So even if Director Carlson can attend February meetings, Senator Chris Duenas says that BBMR should assign a qualified staff lead to provide guidance, templates, and continuity. And so he states that the legislature is not demanding a perfect government-wide PBB overnight, performance-based budget. What he is saying that there needs to be a real starting point, and that's this year for fiscal year 2027. With selected agencies, measurable accountability, and forward progress. So basically he's just saying let's stop talking about it and let's get it done. Let's do it. And he gives examples why performance measures matter. If DRT can't print tax rolls, that's a performance failure. If Public Works can't fix roads and DPR can't keep bathrooms clean because standards were defined and enforced, then that's success. And credit doesn't really matter. Only results do. And he asked BBMR to provide the name and contact info of its designated point person by today, so coordination meetings can be scheduled immediately. And so you got the letter from Director Carlson says, slow down. Let's do this right. And you got Senator Chris Duenas saying, we've waited long enough. It's been over 10 years. And so let's move forward and use this as a pilot process, or a pilot to how we can do things moving forward. I would even say that it's a matter of leadership, right, in the legislature, right?
Of course, it has to be.
So, I mean, if we do this now and this is the pilot, what happens if the Democrats take the majority next time and they put a Democrat in for Committee on Rules?
Well,
or no, this is not Committee on Finance.
Committee on Finance.
Then they'll decide how they want to do the budget, right?
Yeah, because no legislature, current legislature, is bound by the actions of the previous legislature. Meaning they can get in there and just change everything, how they feel.
So, I mean, who's been running the legislature? I would even say, even in 2013, right?
That would,
Democrats.
It would be the Democrats, actually.
Who was running in 2013 when Director Carlson said it failed in 2013? Who was who was the speaker? Who was, or better yet, who was the chairman on Committee on Finance? Who tried to do that in 2013? Because the administration can just do it without the legislature? That's something I need to ask to better understand.
Well, because
I just want to better understand this whole process.
The executive would have to, even if, again, you can have all the best ideas, and it's really how the administration, whatever administration wants to, or how they want to conduct it. So they can, I mean, how many laws have you seen passed and it's like way off to the side and okay.
Excess revenue.
Yep.
Lapse funds.
Lapse funds.
Lapse funds is a big,
day, the
lapse fund's a big one.
The rainy day deal.
It's like, wait a minute. I thought these agencies get to keep their lapse funds. Well, they don't. They did not transfer over to these agencies from September 30 to October 1st. Mm-hmm. So that just tells me that money was moved before September 30. So if DOA is saying, well, we would move lapse funds if there were lapse funds, but there's none. Wait a minute. I swear there was like 13 million of lapse funds to be transferred over to CQA in the next fiscal year when you add up all of it. Well, there isn't. So it doesn't move over. So did it get moved before the end of the fiscal year?
Just like
but I don't think so, because the CRER says it's there, according to Senator Jesse Lujan, who was looking at the paper and says the CRER, we're tracking it. Somebody's on the line?
Somebody is on the line.
All right, cool.
And legally, you can ask this guy some legal questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hoffaday Wave 105, you're on the air.
Hey, Paulie, this is Pete.
Hey, Attorney Pete, you called us.
Yeah.
Just so you know. Everybody listening, he called us.
I wasn't here in 2013, but I remember, I think as far back as 96, they tried to to do it back then as well, because I was assisting in GPD's budget back then, and we were told to do it, and it didn't end well.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of where Lester Carlson, the letter says so.
Yeah, because you know what? Each agency is different, and how do you measure the performance? What are the metrics and all that? It's just very difficult. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's just, I don't know if it's difficult to the point where it's impracticable. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, I just know that I think one of the things that we need to demand of the agency is that we have an actual articulable budget, not just copy and paste year after year like we've been seeing. And that's been going on since, like I said, back when I was assisting with the budget back in the 90s. But I think a bigger problem that we need to solve is, as far as budgeting is concerned, is, we need to do like what I did, or like what I suggested several times, about saving 10% of our revenue a year, putting it away, and then after 10 years, that will be our annual budget. And then the following year, whatever revenue we collected, that will be the annual budget for the next year. And that way we know exactly the dollar amount of money we have in the coffers, and not have to guess and end up short or end up with overage, and then we have to try to go back and spend a bunch of time and resources figuring out where to spend the additional revenue. When I say additional or excess, that's really not the correct word. It just means that we underestimated how much we were going to collect, because the rates are the rates are the rates, right? Whatever comes in is going to be higher or less than what we predicted, what we projected. And that's just like really no way to run a budget. Imagine if you and your household, Paulie, were like, okay, we don't know how much we're going to get paid this payday, but let's spend this much amount of money. This is what we think we're going to get paid. Like if you were someone who worked 100% on tips, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you don't know whether you're going to have enough to pay.
You got to hustle. We got We got 2 days left. We got to hustle.
Exactly, but the point is, you don't know exactly what your paycheck is going to be. Right? So that's what we should do. We should do like Singapore did back in the 60s. And
what did they do? What did they do?
We're at that, we have that golden opportunity to do that right now. And
I think you talked about this, but I forgot. I got a short-term memory. In the 60s, Singapore how did they do it?
Yeah, they saved 10% of their annual revenue.
I remember now.
And then after 10 years, that was their annual budget, and then they didn't spend any money of the incoming revenue, and then whatever they earned that year, that's going to be next year's budget. And then you just rinse and repeat. And that way you know exactly to the nickel, because they did away with pennies. You know exactly to the nickel what you're going to have to spend that year.
Got it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that could throw it off is if there's an emergency or something like that. But then there's nothing stopping us from also maintaining a rainy day fund.
Well, here's my thing too, right? I mean, if DRT says that we're unable to provide to move forward with the services that we provide with the finances that we have, we could call that failure. However, what is the solution? To provide them more funds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
or change the leadership, right?
Or change the leadership. But I think that even if we do these performance-based budgets and we find out that the solution is more funds, then we have to swallow that pill, because the other thing that has been said is it's not more money, it's management. However, the legislature can't fire management.
And we're supposed to provide services. What are we going to do? withhold funds from an agency and then they can't provide services.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. All right,
Hey,
Paulie, I got to run.
Well, I got one more question. Sorry, because this
Sure.
question came up when you left. 50 plus 1 to win the AG's office? Or no?
It's just a plurality.
There you go.
You
Thank
know,
you, plurality.
Doug
Okay,
won
got
with
it.
46%.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Got it.
Yeah, he only won by 39 votes.
Okay.
He was definitely not a mandate.
Okay, thank you.
So we're just stuck with the lesser of the two evils.
All right.
Actually, the greater of the two evils.
All right. Very cool.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Anybody else wants to call? We'll take your calls. It's open season, baby. If you want to get in on the conversation, I don't care if you're running or not running. You can call in 671-922-1051. Whatever we are talking about, or change the subject. Or if you want to just come in here and sit and I can ask you direct questions like I did on Friday to anybody, let's do it. All I have is time. I got plenty time leading all the way till November, right? And the sooner the better. Nobody said no. So that makes more sense too, the 50% plus, not the 50% plus 1, because I mean, you're practically going to get a runoff for the AG's office for sure, with so many people running, right? Because we only know of 3 people that picked up a packet. Now, I don't know what A.G. Moylan is doing. That's why we didn't reach out to A.G. Moylan, because I don't know what office he's running.
Well, he did come out publicly saying that he's
He
thinking
might.
about.
So
thinking
that's
about
why we
running for
didn't reach
governor.
out to him.
Yeah.
And so that's the whole reason why I'm just covering my bases. Other people that say they are, that say there's no secret that they are, well, they didn't pick up a packet. So I'm not gonna reach out. But the phone goes both ways. 671-922-1051. Somebody's on the line? Okay, yeah, I'll take the call now. Off of Way 105. Hello there. You're on the air.
Hello?
Hello, hi. Off of A. You're on the air.
Who?
Who? Where? Under what? Under where?
I know. I know. Hey, Jorge.
Yes, sir.
I met yesterday. There's a birthday party, and I met with this guy last week. I think it was last weekend.
Okay.
He was telling me that he went to the veteran cemetery in PT.
Okay.
Yeah, and to put his auntie on the crib. I took them almost 2 hours because it's very, very high. There's no empty or vacant on the ground. So he was asking me yesterday. I was telling him a story.
What's the
that
story?
wish to have a veteran cemetery down here in Iran.
Okay.
And he said, man, Joe, can you push that and see if they can do that? Because there's a lot of veterans. There were several of us on the circle, and even some of my brothers who agree. And this guy is also a veteran, and he wants me to really push for a veteran cemetery down here.
Okay.
And I told him, why don't you call in? Because I'm not the only veteran.
Right. Right. I think that
we were talking who are the veterans. Then we came up that the casualties in Vietnam, in Iran, has the most casualties in Vietnam, the 7th. So we were discussing the name of them. So I came up with, I think, 5.
Okay.
5 of them.
Yeah.
And, we were really discussing about the veterans. And I told them that I told the mayor to take care of it.
Uh-huh.
But they want me to be calling in. I told this guy, he's a veteran. I told him, why don't you call in, man? I'm too busy. I don't know.
No, I think also if there are veterans, what I've seen at the legislature, when they show up, they really make their voices heard. And it's going to be tough for anybody running for any office to be put on the spot and not respond correctly to the will of veterans, right? So,
Yeah,
I mean, if the will of the veterans is right, and I believe that there is, it just has to be organized, because I don't even think the question is we need to build a veterans cemetery in Inalahan. That's a solution. The question is, when are we going to expand? How are we going to expand the veterans cemetery? Because we know that there is very limited space. And so how will this government respond to that? Because they have to respond sooner than later. And so if we can identify land in Inalahan, which you have identified, then they should look into it. However, I think that whatever property you have identified, the property owners also have to be on board for sure. Just because they're veterans themselves, we just have to make sure that the trust, the families, if they're no longer with us today, are okay with that. And also, property is not cheap. So what is the government going to provide to these families? You can't just, as much as maybe they do want to donate it in honor of their brother or their fathers or grandfathers, that would be great. And the whole island needs to know about this, right? However, I don't want to make people uncomfortable and say, hey, we know there's land there. Well, that's not for us. That would be really rude. And it would definitely be rude for the government to do that. We saw what happened in the hospital, for the hospital in Mangilau. They identified land to build a hospital in Mangilau. They identified private property, and they went and they took it. Well, the property owner's not happy about that. Even if they said we're giving you fair market price for it. Not good enough to these property owners, right? And they took it to court, and the government lost. So we know how personal this gets.
I told them that this thing has to go to the legislature.
Possibly, yeah.
And also the Tomorrow Land Trust, because this is the government land.
Oh, so it is government land. I thought you said it's private. I thought you said it's private land.
No.
Okay, then we've identified property.
It was a deep discussion yesterday.
Oh, okay. So it is government land.
I told them that subdivision.
Yes.
That was my ranch.
Yes.
It's a government property. And I told them that the government of Guam with the Tomorrowland Trust have to agree at the legislature to make a law first to transfer the land over. And this guy even mentioned, Manzo, the VA can, if it's the properties for government of Guam, the VA can pay the government of Guam.
Sure.
It's not free, according to this guy.
Yeah.
He just got back from California for medical reasons.
Right.
We were really discussing about the veteran cemetery.
Right.
Around.
Okay.
That's why they came up with the numbers that were killed in Vietnam, 7 of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So some of those guys, I forgot their names. But they even, this guy is very, very fluent. I don't know his rank, but he was in the army.
Yeah.
And he even brought up one guy from Iran who has 2 silver stars and is only special forces during Vietnam.
Yeah.
They were really interesting. You know, a lot of those guys.
No, it is
A lot
interesting.
of those guys that passed away in Vietnam. I forgot some of their names. I remember maybe 4 or 5 of them, but not the whole casualties.
Right. Yeah. Okay, senor. How's everything else? How was the Super Bowl?
Oh,
Did you enjoy it?
The congressman was on.
All over, right?
The lieutenant governor and.
Which one was your favorite commercial? Which out of all the commercials that you watch, which one was your favorite? It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be a political commercial. What commercial? There were some that I really liked. The Lay's potato chips got me all emotional with the father and daughter, right? The father and daughter. They were potato farmers.
And also undercover.
Oh, that was your favorite?
No, I was watching TV for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you saw their commercial, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But which one was your favorite commercial out of all the commercials that you watched during the Super Bowl? Do you have one or no? Did you watch?
I think I like the beer.
Yeah, which beer commercial was it?
Forget. I don't know what the rest.
There was one. There was one with the horse. Did you watch the one with the horse and the what is it? The eagle, the bald eagle, when he was just like an eaglet, and then they were best friends, and then the horse was letting him ride in the back of its back and helping it learn to fly. That one was pretty cool. That was I think that was like a Budweiser commercial.
What really got me really exciting because the Patriot, man, the starting point with the kickoff, the goal kick.
Okay.
When it's 3, then 6.
Yes.
And I decide to
change the channel, right?
Run down to the rest, and hopefully I'll make it back.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, because when they just start kicking field goals all day, that's boring.
Last quarter, the final.
20-something, 13?
I think it's 23-13.
Something like that. 29-13. But the game was worse than the score too. To be honest with you, like when it was 23-7, I think that was the end.
One thing about
like 4 more minutes left.
The Eagle quarterback, I was hoping you run the ball instead of passing it, right?
Okay.
Because everybody knows who the wide receiver.
Okay.
So I was thinking, come on, man, run that ball, the quarterback.
Yeah.
But he never tried to get yards. Only the running back.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
The second, I think was second quarter, the coach decided to discuss new strategy, and I hope that quarterback runs.
Yeah.
Then a few yards.
He ran more. He ran a lot. Like are you talking about the New England Patriots? He ran a lot. I think that was the best thing he was good at. But he would get sacked every now and then too. That again, like I was sharing earlier, the defense from the Seattle Seahawks, they have just been relentless, relentless all year long. And I know because they're
very active.
They crushed the Niners in the NFC divisional round, and then we had an opportunity to be the number 1 seed, and they embarrassed us in that last game of the season too. So I knew the Seahawks were going to be super tough to beat, and I also knew the Patriots were just, they had such a weak schedule, right? Only 3 teams. They've only played 3 teams in the regular season that actually made it to the playoffs. And the Bills, they played twice, and the Bills beat them in the regular season.
The Eagles defense?
Yeah. The Eagles, you mean the Seahawks?
I mean the Seahawks?
Yeah. I would get them confused too, because the better bird is the eagle.
Where's that New England? Where's that?
Boston.
Huh?
New England is Boston.
Oh, Boston.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it's over in Europe.
Yeah, right? They're not even American.
I keep wondering, where is New England? Over in Germany? Someplace.
You day. Okay, senor, I'm going to run.
Okay.
I'm going to take this break, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, before I go, did you like the Bad Bunny concert?
Oh, yeah.
You liked it?
That.
Was it good?
It's okay.
It's okay.
A lot of female dancers.
All right, senor.
Yeah, okay.
It's always fun hanging out with you. Take care. 3:45 in the afternoon. Let's take this break. This is Wave 105.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the Evil 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The Evil 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. Evil 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care
Love is in the air at Chili's. This Valentine's weekend, treat yourself and your special someone to a 3-course meal for 2. Your choice of beverage, app, 2 entrees, and dessert, all for $65. When you order the Valentine's menu, you'll be entered to win a special Valentine's package available Friday, February 13th to Sunday, February 15th. Only at Chili's, where love, great food, and value happen.
Got something you never sent your ex but still think about? Now's your chance. Text us the message you'd send your ex today. Funny, petty, sweet, or even savage. Don't send it to them, send it to us. We'll read the best ones on air and pick our favorites. Win prizes from Vince Jewelers, including gift certificates, tote bags, and wallets, plus foot massage gift certificates from Rui Spa.
Wow.
Your Valentine's season therapy is on Wave 105.
If you're looking for love and luck this Valentine's weekend, Agani Shopping Center is where you'll find it. There's fun for the family on the 14th. Cupid's Market, photo booths, live music, and face painting. And on Sunday, come celebrate Chinese New Year with us. Instant prizes, lion and dragon dances, and more laughter and music. Shop and dine at Agani Shopping Center this February 14th and 15th. It's where you and your loved ones will surely find love and luck.
In the afternoon. It is the bright side right here on Wave 105. And right about now, it's time to take a look at traffic. Our first look at traffic. Stand by with the very latest on your daily commute. Mr. Pauly Suba, buenas.
All right. I think everybody's hotspot. I don't think anybody's on the road right now.
Yeah, how many schools are out today? I know FD is out.
All the schools are out except for the schools that are double sessioning.
Okay.
So that is JFK, right? Well, JFK's out now because they were out at 11:40. So the public schools that still have class right now is FBLG over at Ukadu High.
Okay.
Because they're double sessioning there, and then Simon Sanchez is double sessioning with JFK.
Got it.
So Ms. Verna clarified with us, right, that the teachers did have professional development today.
Okay.
That they're very, of course, they're going to be super strict, especially this year.
Yeah.
Because they got a new superintendent that is, making sure that everybody is just being accountable to each other.
Yeah.
So if they said that they were doing professional development, then they were doing professional development today.
Hey.
And so I'm not gonna question it.
I'm not gonna knock it.
That was today.
I would like to be a professional developer,
trainer,
watching TV, developing my mind and my voice when I yell. Yeah.
I'm gonna say I'm not even gonna question it. If it was scheduled, today was scheduled to be professional development training for the GDOE teachers, then so be it.
Yeah.
That's what happened today. So again, I don't see any difficulties today. Today is kind of like an unofficial holiday, and people went to work and just kind of had the game on here and there. I mean, it's not frowned upon. I mean, I was over at Chili's. We had a blast there.
And there
a
was
whole
a
bunch
lot of people.
Heck yeah. Wow. They started trickling in. I mean, there were more people watching Bad Bunny, and that's not even joking. More people started showing up as we got closer and closer to the halftime show. Dice did a fantastic job. Fantastic job hosting the Super Bowl game over at Chili's, right?
How was the food?
Yeah. It was good.
Really?
I got for the table, I went and got the salsa chips, the bottomless salsa.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with that.
Wow.
Endless salsa and chips, right?
Ooh, boy.
And then I got me one of those Santa Fe burgers.
Wow.
And today was kind of like a cheat day for me too, because I'm not trying to eat chicken at all.
Honestly,
I mean, I'm not trying to eat any beef all week. As a matter of fact, I'm probably not going to eat beef for the next 46 days.
Anytime you go to Chili's, it's a cheat day.
Yeah. But I'm for real not. Because Ash Wednesday's coming up.
Okay.
Right? So Fat Tuesday is tomorrow?
Yeah. And then
Fat Tuesday's tomorrow.
And then Wednesday
is Ash Wednesday.
Is it also the governor's address?
Yes.
That's right, huh?
Oh,
wow.
We're going to have crosses all at the legislature.
Are you going to go?
No, I'm going to watch it on YouTube.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the comfort of my couch, I will watch it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's your real deal traffic report. There isn't any right now. Maybe things will pile up a little bit. I was looking. There's nothing to worry about. It's all brought to you by Mobile Oil Guam. Go farther on every journey with Mobile Synergy Supreme Plus fuel, which keeps your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. And Guam Autospot, schedule a test drive today at Guam Autospot by calling 478-AUTO. You can also view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com.
So I'm playing the song again because one of our callers called up and asked, hey, do you know the language what language the person
Chamorro.
Is it Chamorro? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So she was calling up. She's like, it's a beautiful song.
It's Inet Ngepago with Matt Sablon.
Oh, okay. Nice. Okay. Yeah. I guess it's just certain ways.
It's the way he's pronunciating, right, to make the song flow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe it's not tomorrow. Wow, I didn't even realize it. Yeah, that doesn't sound tomorrow. No, that's tomorrow. That's tomorrow.
Kentaji.
Yeah. It's probably the pronunciation to make it flow.
And it's almost like a different accent and everything.
Right. But I'll message Matt and ask him, are you switching it up?
Yeah.
Are you doing like a whole Bad Bunny thing or switching it up?
Get some females on the dance.
It is a beautiful song. This
It
is
is.
one of their, one of my favorite songs is Sin Guaidza How from Inet Ngapago.
Oh yeah, that's a beautiful song.
Yeah.
Man, you listen
I
to that.
think that
backstage,
song
too.
made me come home.
Really?
I think so. I think I heard it when I was out in the States living my best life. And I'm like, man, I don't know if I ever want to go back, I'm loving Walmart. I'm so close to Disneyland. And then I hear this song. I'm like, I miss Guam so much.
I bet, man.
I miss it so much.
Especially when it's snowing out there. Oof, man.
No, and so
I can't do that. Yeah.
I'm so blessed to be able to come home and I was able to raise my children here when I had to make a decision right around the time where my kids were either going to get into middle school and raise my kids stateside or come home, and I have no regrets. I made the right decision. And so it's just such a blessing to be home. And yeah, that song definitely made me, what is the word when you miss home?
Mahalang.
Mahalang.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, beautiful song. Beautiful song.
We have these conversations with family members all the time. Is if I could come home, I would.
Yeah.
However, man, I've already bought a home. And I know I couldn't be able to afford a home back there. Not with the household that I have. My kids are set up. And I feel for them too. Because, again, I think that being able to come home, being able to live the rest of your life here is a blessing. Not all of us get to. Sometimes we judge. Sometimes we say, just come home. It's not that easy. It really isn't.
Yeah.
And
To
so I
uproot?
don't want to,
Yeah.
I'm not going to judge anybody that says they're unable to. Because I know that there are so many things. There are so many things happening in our life. And also the decision is not just yours if you're a family.
Yeah. No, I mean, and when you look at it, right, normally people leave the island for better opportunities, and to come back home, and you're living those opportunities already back there with the big move that you made. The only time people would come back home is one, if they're a military family that, joined the military and then they want to come back home, or a deaf in the family. But for the most part, everybody stays out there because really there is nothing to come home to. And that is the God honest truth. A lot of people that I've talked to is like, man, I will come home, man, if I can find a job that is paying me what I'm making out here. And there's a massive
And match the cost of living.
And match the cost of living. I mean, because one, it's twofold right there, right? So when you go back there, it's a little bit cheaper.
Yes.
So the money that you would make here in Guam, you'd be living lavishly back there.
Right.
But because there's no more opportunities, even with the money that you make, if you take a pay cut with a job that you get there,
right,
you're still living comfortably, especially with certain states and everything. I believe Washington State don't even have food tax.
Oh, yeah. No, they don't.
They don't. And so, so that in itself is like you're living in Guam and everything. The Spam here is the same price as the Spam back there in Washington State. So I think generally if the opportunity, because Governor Carlos Camacho did it right. When he became governor, he got together with a bunch of people and said, hey, we need to bring all these students that are going out there to college and everything, and we need to bring them back. And we need to, they got to take care of their island. They got educated. So they graduated. Governor Carlos, went out there and pretty much brought them back.
How? How did he bring them back?
Basically, look, it's time for you to help.
Oh, he went and did a tour?
No. I mean, he was encouraging everybody. If you have family members
that
went off abroad for education, tell them to come back because we could use their
Oh, the
brain
message
power.
was that
was the message.
And it got out to them.
And it got out to them. And I believe, like Governor Joe Atta, he was a graduate from Oregon State, I believe, and he came back. And he was, before he became anything in politics as a senator or anything, I think he was director of PUAG, GWA now. But, and then, of course, he graduated to becoming a senator, becoming a speaker, a lieutenant governor, and then governor of Guam. But that, instead of having a brain drain, we had a brain influx coming back from actual Chamorros that went off abroad. And so now we're not seeing that, and because there's really nothing to come home to. And it's a sad state of affairs when that happens, only because, like you said, how many times do you get mahaling for your, for your homeland? Yeah. So hopefully our senators are thinking of ways to bring back, our people. Because here the Chamorros are, as far as numbers are concerned, it's not good. There are more Chamorros back there at States than there is in Guam.
Sure, yeah. 4 o'clock on the dot, we will take this break. We are KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Christopher Cruz. The Seattle Seahawks have defeated the New England Patriots 29-13, delighting fans at a Seahawks watch party. CBS's Gwen Baumgartner says the game belonged to the defense.
Fans came from near and far.
How far did you travel for this game?
Boston, Idaho.
To attend Super Bowl 60 at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara.
My ticket was $3,000, and yes, it was worth it.
The Seattle Seahawks came out in front early and stayed there, besting the New England Patriots. But with not a single touchdown scored in the first half, just 3 field goals for the Seahawks, it was far from a high-scoring game. Instead, the game was billed a big day for defense.
The bitter cold that's gripped the eastern third of the country the past few days is about to ease up, but stormy weather is coming, says meteorologist Craig Allen.
So around New York City, as well as into Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, Columbus, Ohio, Indianapolis, these areas, it could turn out to be a mixture of precipitation as the storminess develops. And then from the Tennessee Valley on down through the lower Mississippi Valley and into Texas, showers and thunderstorms will be most prevalent.
A week after Today Show co-host Savannah Guthrie's mother was apparently abducted, there don't seem to be any solid leads. This neighbor remains hopeful, though.
I really wish him well, and hang in there. We're going to get her back. She's going to come back home. She's coming home alive.
The FBI is reviewing a message sent to a television station in Tucson. Friday is the next deadline to avert a government shutdown. The leader of Democrats in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, tells CNN his party is trying to keep the doors open.
We haven't heard back from the White House or Mike Johnson or Speaker or Leader Thune in terms of the demands that we've put on the table, common sense demands on behalf of the American people.
An American Olympian is getting some criticism from President Trump. CBS's Seth Doane says Trump let loose after freestyle skier Hunter Hess said he had mixed emotions about representing his country at the Winter Olympic Games.
Patriotism is always a part of the Games. President Donald Trump posted that U.S. Olympic skier Hunter Hess doesn't represent his country, calling him a loser, after the skier answered a question Friday about politics back at home.
Just because I'm wearing the flag doesn't mean I represent everything that's going on in the U.S.
41-year-old skier Lindsey Vonn has broken her leg in a crash at the Winter Olympics in Italy, ending her pursuit of a second Olympic downhill medal. She's in stable condition. This is CBS News.
Real crimes, real justice. Follow and listen to 48 Hours on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things, people,
love.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
Should you get an MBA? Maybe not.
An MBA used to be the golden ticket to getting a high-paying job. Not anymore.
Companies really are looking for skills, adaptability, and judgment over pedigree.
Executive coach Liz Bentley blames the soft, white-collar job market.
There were a lot of layoffs last year with great experience in the job market right now. And also a lot of companies are really thinking about their AI strategy and pausing as they're figuring it out.
Bentley says an MBA can still be worth it, especially if you're looking to make a career change. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Legal observers and officials in Minnesota say they've been getting reports that federal agents have been impersonating construction workers, delivery drivers, and even, in some cases, anti-ICE activists. Supporters of the immigration crackdown say the large network of those activists in Minneapolis has forced the federal agents to adopt new methods to avoid detection. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
Amazon is closing 2 futuristic store concepts, but don't assume they're failures. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. Any local shop owner will tell you that running a brick-and-mortar business is an uphill battle in the age of Amazon. That's a lesson that Amazon itself has just learned. It recently announced it will close its grocery stores called Amazon Fresh and its automated grab-and-go shops called Amazon Go. The company didn't sugarcoat what went wrong, saying they hadn't created a truly distinctive customer experience with the right economic model. But these failures show why Amazon is ultimately successful at almost everything it does. Its technology may not have been enough to save the 14 Amazon Go stores, but it now sells that same technology as a service to other companies at more than 360 locations. I'm Jeff Colvin.
Setting boundaries isn't just a trendy self-help buzzword, it's essential for mental health. I'm Cooper Lawrence, health and wellness expert, and this is All Well and Good. A new book says that healthy boundaries protect your energy, relationships, and sense of self. Published by Taylor and Francis Group, the book's research offers evidence-based exercises for establishing these fundamental rules. Drawing from studies about post-traumatic stress disorder and chronic fatigue syndrome, the researchers identified key boundary types, respecting personal physical limits, protecting your belongings, but also emotional, time, and intellectual boundaries. All are areas many people struggle with due to fear of rejection or trying to be helpful, leading to overcommitment and burnout. Studies show the opposite is true. Setting boundaries actually strengthens connections rather than push people away. I'm Cooper Lawrence, and this is All Well and Good.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
4:07 in the afternoon. Once again, it's about that time we hit the roads to let you know where to go and where not to go on your daily commutes. Standing by, the host of The Bright Side, Mr. Paulie Suba.
All right, let's see here. Let's be serious now. I do see some holdups on Route 16.
Okay,
so... and then also coming out of Hamburger Road, there are some delays there right at the intersection where you come up against Route 16 and Harmon Loop. Once you get through there, if you make a left turn onto 16 headed to 1, not too bad. If you just go for a straight shot, I mean, if Route 1 is where you need to go anyways, I would just go shoot across that intersection, get over to Harmon Loop. You'll more than likely get onto 1 a whole lot faster than making a left onto 16 and then 1. But obviously, if you need to get over to Route 3 or the General Ben Blas Boulevard.
Okay.
Then, yeah, make a left on 16, make a right on 1, and then make a left. It shouldn't be too bad. There isn't too much congestion on Route 1 anywhere from Hagåtña all the way up to Jigo. Every now and then when you get closer, especially in Upper Tumon, where there are multiple traffic lights, yeah, but it's not going to be that bad. Your Real Deal Traffic Report right here on Wave 105, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today. Call them up, 478-AUTO. You can also view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com. Call them up again. That's 478-AUTO. And Mobile Oil Guam. Go farther on every journey with Mobile Synergy Supreme Plus Fuel. Keeping your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. The Bright Side here on Wave 105, brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Valentine's, that's where it's at Chili's. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, they've got Valentine's deals. That will
deals.
be, great deals. And we'll share even more details of those deals as we get closer and closer. So a friend of mine, who I saw, I haven't seen Jermaine in a while. Jermaine Alerta, do you know him? He's a very cool guy.
Love the guy.
He showed up with a friend of ours to Chili's to watch the Super Bowl.
Nice.
And he said he loved the Southwest egg rolls. He said the Southwest egg rolls are the bomb.
Mm.
So just wanted to shout them out.
Is he still at Dissid? I believe. Yeah. Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
He's the direct. No, not Dissid. Disability. If he's listening, if he can give me the official name, it's a council.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's the director of the council. It's federally mandated. However, I don't know if we get any federal funds to run this this division. I believe it's under the executive branch, and it's federally mandated. The executive branch must establish this within the government.
See, that's
however,
what
however, we don't get the funds to manage this division. It's separate from DISID.
Yeah, I mean, if it's federally mandated, then
where's the money?
Where's the money?
Where's the shmoney?
Otherwise, it's another unfunded mandate.
Unfunded mandate. Yeah. I got something. Oh wait, before we move on, right? Because obviously we have more of our sponsors that we want to shout out, right? We also have MicroPack, powering your business with cutting-edge tech. Visit them today. Take your business to the next level. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. I got dinner there yesterday at the Subway over at the Ganya Shopping Center. And the ladies behind the counter, they were just fantastic. Great customer service. And GTA, we start with you. 4:12 in the afternoon, 671-922-1051. To the phone lines we go. Back to the phone lines. Holiday Wave 105, you're on the air.
Hey there, on the air. How you doing, sir?
Oh, gee, Rad Coffman.
Yes. You know, your conversation with bringing people back here, Kelu?
Yes.
The Mariana Islands, way back when, getting contract teachers, we used to send a team to the States and have these kind of mini gatherings and entice teachers to come to Guam, contract teachers.
Oh, nice.
Of course, that's not happening any longer. You know, our university seems to be doing the job, but it was the quality of life is what they sold, and the quality of life here, as you very clearly stated about why you're so happy that you came back with your daughters to be in middle school, or your children to be in middle school.
Right.
And what people have to realize is the Mariana Islands is where humans teach humans how to be human.
Right.
And that is so real here. We can put together an Olympic team. Okay? We beat everybody in everything. I mean, culinary, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
It's just amazing. So there is never a thought, nor should there ever be a thought, that there's nothing here to offer the folks to come back.
Right.
You know, it's just, you know, we're in Asia. The traveling, you can be in Bali, you can be in Japan, you can be in Korea, you can go to China. It's all right here. It's all right here. This whole beautiful Asian world is here. Our weather, what we have going on, the quality of life is so high here compared to the other locations in the States. Why else do we beat them in everything? Why else do we beat them in culinary? Why do we beat them in hospitality? Why do we beat them in senior softball teams? Why do we beat them in ROTC? Why do we beat them in dance? Why do we beat them in engineering? Because this is where humans teach humans how to be human. Very powerful.
Absolutely.
So enticing people to come back or say, come back here with $5 in your pocket, if it takes that. But just come back and watch what happens to your life.
Right.
That's so real. Anyway, it's funny coming from a Holly guy, right?
No, you're right. You're right, sir. I mean, I'm going to say that I also was pretty nervous and not sure, but, you know, it was the best decision I made to come home.
Yes, and as it would be for anybody coming back. Yeah. You know, we understand about, you know, housing and all the different challenges, you know, when it comes to these or the low pay or whatever. But the opportunities here are beyond reproach. You just can't match it anywhere, you know, as to what we're able to do here in Guam and Saipan, Rogatini, and you know, it's just beautiful what we have to offer. And then the half a day, you know, and how real that is. There's no invitations to these parties.
But so there is a but though, because
there's always a but.
There's always a
but because there's always going to be a balance.
Yes.
You know, that's very real, Paulie.
And the balance. The balance is I'm now in a multi-generational home. So my kids are now adults, young adults, and they're still living with me. And so I don't know if they could ever.
Hawaii is the same thing. Yeah. Hawaii, you can be a lawyer and you're still living with mom and dad.
Yes, and so I think that's going to be the reality for a while. However, I'm not going to tell somebody else that they're going to have to do that too.
Yeah, and it'll emerge. Something will happen for them to be able to get into that place, you know, where, you know, settling in. But being multi-dimensional, in that family area and generations.
Oh, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining.
Well, it can be a blessing. Yeah,
right.
I mean,
it is
when
a blessing.
The grandchildren show up, there you are, hometown boy. You know, with a little baby sitting on your lap.
You know,
doing, you know,
they're in the same. They're raising their children in. They're raising their children in the same room that they grew up in, and you know, that's not for everybody though.
Well, no, but that familia. See, that's the power of the Marianas is the familia. Yeah. You know, it really is. It's so real because we so easily can take care of everybody and make everybody comfortable just because of where we are. You know, nobody says no to anybody within the family, pretty much. You know, unless you're on ice. You know, and you just took grandma's TV or something.
Well, what I would say too, if my kids do go off, right, and they're like, I got to do this on my own. You can always come home. You can always come home because that's what my family did for me. My parents did the same for me. I can always come home, and they made accommodations too. And we sacrificed. Don't get me wrong. We sacrificed today so we can have this blessing. And I understand that the blessing is more than the sacrifice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, no, absolutely. That's the quality of life. And look how many teachers are still here for the sort of the heart, right? Who came in on the contract? Klitsky, the Hard Sox, you know, all these guys, you know, that did what they did. A lot of them go back to the States, but when you talk to them, you know, they go, oh, well, I should have stayed in Guam. They'll say to me, they go, wow, Rand, you're the smartest of all of us. You stayed here. Right, you know, because they go back and they experience, and then they realize, oh, wow, man, you know. But there you go.
You know, one of my fondest memories is seeing you in Disneyland.
Yeah,
that was cool.
Absolutely. There
was
we
so
were,
cool.
You know, and with your dance group, and I'm going,
it was so cool.
No.
It's like, wow.
Yeah.
Out of all places, we see each other.
Yeah, and here we are, sharing our Friday afternoons
Right.
for about 15 or 20
Right.
minutes. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And look at that opportunity for us, that we've been able to grow into that, and influentially, that where you get to a point, oh wow, why don't you run for senator? And you say, no, I think I'm doing better with where I am, right? Being an information person and getting the news out and all these kind of things. I mean, what type of quality of life of that is where enter into the politics, but no, you say, no, that's okay. I'd rather do what I'm doing. That's pretty powerful, Paulie.
Yeah, I mean, it's way less stressful. This is the dream job, and I'm, again, blessed to be here.
Yes, and your family is so happy that you're here. Absolutely. I know your dad. That's very real.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you for
Brother
listening.
Thanks for the time.
Yeah, thank you for listening.
Love you guys.
Guiza. So I was wrong. I need to apologize to Jermaine. So Developmental Disabilities Council, I need to apologize to the federal government too, because it is fully funded.
Oh, okay. Yeah, even better.
We do get operational assistance from the local government. Okay, so I guess that's the clarity. But again, I was wrong.
We stand corrected.
I was wrong,
Mhm.
and I assumed, and that's what happens when you assume. And so again, he is the director of the DD Council for Guam, and it is fully funded. So something else here. Let me see here. Oh, Dave sent me something too. So Dave said that he was listening to Joe discuss. Oh, Joe Maulik. And then Joe Maulik even called when the CLTC was on the show, right? When Dave was filling in for me. And he said he made the suggestion of a veteran cemetery in Ilahan, thought it was a good suggestion, very possible if it can be done right. And so Dave has been also contemplating how we can do this. He said there are viable options to establish veteran cemeteries within villages by utilizing available CLTC properties that are suitable for this purpose. With proper planning and community consultation, selected parcels can be designated specifically for veteran burials.
I think they also have to work with EPA on that one too as well.
He says it can be funded by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, offering state and tribal veteran cemetery grants that can fund land development and construction, roads, utilities, and landscaping. Administration buildings and maintenance facilities, burial infrastructure. These federal grants can cover a large portion of startup and operational costs. Any remaining expenses can be supported through local government funding, public-private partnerships, or community sponsorships. And so first, Dave says, identify CLTC lands, and then work with the CLTC, the village mayors, and land planners to locate parcels that are environmentally safe, accessible, and culturally appropriate. Then engage the community and veterans groups, consult veterans organizations, families, and village leaders to ensure broad support and respect for local traditions. Then partner with GOVA and coordinate with the USVA to access eligibility for federal cemetery grants and technical assistance. Conduct feasibility and environmental studies, evaluate soil, drainage, environmental impact, and long-term sustainability. And then apply for the grants. Prepare and submit the grant applications under the VA State Veteran Cemetery Program. And then secure local matching funds. Allocate territorial funds if needed to meet grant requirements and ensure long-term operations. Develop a management plan. Establish clear policies for maintenance, staffing, and veteran eligibility. There are long-term benefits too, he says. It provides dignified burial space for veterans, reduces overcrowding in existing cemeteries, and keeps veterans close to their home villages. I think that is a...
That's always a great idea.
Yeah.
Is there any, because I know that there was a movement with GOVA and to expand the current veterans cemetery. with the tune of 11 million something.
I don't think they were awarded that money.
They weren't.
It went away, right?
Yeah, because it was a deadline, and they
they didn't meet it.
Wow. So
that's the last I heard of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I know that they were able to finally finish the chapel.
Okay.
But that's not the grant money, though.
That's not the grant money.
I
the
believe
grant
that was
money,
Typhoon Mawar.
Yeah, it was actually supposed to extend
right.
further up on the hill and everything.
They're doing some kind. They're doing some kind of clear. They're clearing some of the greenery, like the trees and whatnot, on the other side of the crypts.
Yeah, because they needed to actually put all the debris right, I think, on that area because they needed to clean it up. But they just want, they were, according to Director San Augustine down there, he was just waiting to get trucks and everything because he didn't know where to put it. So because it's like
they're clearing something in the back. So it's not just debris. Yeah. I think it was even trees that were back there.
Yeah. So
they were clearing it 2 weekends ago.
Okay. Yeah.
But I don't know what for. I mean, hopefully it is to make extra space, but that's clearly not enough space.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I have to drive back down there and see how much was cleared. Mm-hmm. But it didn't look like it was going to be much. It looked like they were just clearing enough space so that there was space to get around the crypts.
Yeah. Because I remember this was a big thing last year.
Oh yeah, there was an announcement already that they received the money.
Yeah.
However, things happened.
But it was in steps. In order for you to get the money, you have to take step 1. Then you move up to step 2,
right,
and step 3. That's according to the director, if my memory serves.
Well, you work for Congressman Jim Moylan. I mean, has Congressman Jim Moylan ever worked with the National Cemetery Association or whatever that is?
No, but I know that he has met with Gova
because we're not an official national cemetery.
Yeah, because right now, I mean, the person that should be checking up on this is Senator Sabrina Salas Mantonani, because
she has oversight.
And it because it's it's Gova is a local.
It is local,
it's a local thing, and so I don't know. If there's any movement, I mean, why hasn't she have a public hearing on this? Because all we heard was 11 million expanding the cemetery, and if it's a no-go, somebody needs to find out what's going on, because if we lost it because of deadlines and everything, then hey, come on, man, this basically is like a non-starter. Find out what's going on. You are the lead on veterans. You have the committee on veterans and public health. I mean, come on, at least for our veterans out there, that are in limbo right now, because we already know that we each and every one of us is going to leave this world, and when we do, let's give our veterans some dignity, in a beautiful place.
Sure.
And hopefully, I mean, like I said, I don't know. This was the hot topic last year, and it just went on deaf ears now. Nobody's saying anything. So I don't know. Call out to Senator Sabrina to look into this. Give us a call.
Right.
Yeah, but if they're moving stuff, if they're clearing stuff out, like you said.
I'm not sure what. I know that there was some. They were clearing 2 Fridays ago. I drove by and I was like, oh, they're doing some kind of clearing. But it definitely didn't look like they're doing some clearing to add space for burials.
Yeah.
At least, but maybe there's a huge difference between, in space that now has been cleared out in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I know that early last year, Director San Augustine was saying that after Typhoon Mawar, he had to put a lot of stuff to the side, and maybe he put it to that side, but he's waiting for it to be cleared out. I'm glad they got the chapel going. That was, it needed to be fixed.
Yeah.
But now it's the expansion, and that whole 11 million was supposed to go to the expansion of it. So, I don't know. I mean, because all they oversee is one of it is the cemetery.
So I guess the question now is how did. Because my understanding is that we're having to go out and get another grant, so there's no moving back a step.
Yeah.
Let's start over.
Yeah, it's good
to go get another grant.
Yeah.
So this $11 million, I would say we never even got. So did we? So the thing about saying, oh, we lost it. I don't know if we ever
had it.
You have to have it in order to lose something.
Yeah.
However, I think what happened was that it was just a miscommunication, which messes things up in government, right? And so, because there were government officials that did make a statement, and it just had to be walked back. Oh, oops, right? But here's the sad part is, we don't apologize for it.
Yeah.
Like there's no statement of our bad.
Yeah.
We should not have said that.
Yeah.
On the record, at least, we should not have said that we had this money because we did not.
Yeah.
I think people, we're all human here.
Yeah.
We make mistakes. We're not perfect. But I don't know if it hurts the administration. I think that people will understand even more when you're just being straightforward with the people that you
I got to look back at
assist.
Some of the public hearings that were called on this issue, because the director St. Augustine basically told everybody, like, hey, look, we have to go through steps, to get the full grant, but we cannot get the grant unless we do step 1, do step 2, do step 3. And I think it was coming in increments or something like that. At least the money part was coming in increments. And in order,
also, it was coming in.
No,
so we.
But they see that's just it. They never even took step 1.
Oh.
So it's a loss. Chalk it up as a loss. Because I don't know. I mean, like I said, it's a real disservice to our veterans out there. My dad is currently buried down there too as well.
Yeah.
And every time I go, man, it just, granted, we have a lot of these volunteers that go down there and spruce up the place, but it's almost seasonal. They only do it, when like whether it's Easter or All Souls Day or, it should be maintained.
Well, we just don't have enough maintenance workers.
Well, I've been to the CNMI Veteran Cemetery.
Yeah.
Beautiful, Paul.
Yeah.
Beautiful. It's like, wow. I mean, it's nothing compared to Guam. I mean, it's you go in there, you just feel like, wow.
Well, here's something that last time I went there, I think that there's these stairs that go up to the top of this hill.
Yeah.
And I can only imagine what's up there, what's up on the hill. Man, this is going to be a great view.
Yeah.
What you can do with this space, this hilltop.
Yeah.
You go up there, all that's up there is Tongan. Wow. It's not. It's like, what's up here?
It's like, never mind stairs, never mind road.
There's nothing up here. What is the stairs for?
Yeah.
I thought we were going to have like some beautiful memorial up there.
Yeah.
It's just Tongan.
Wow.
So.
Hey, I'll go over there and I'll cut it down for barbecue, man.
I mean, they use it for the 21 gun salute.
Okay.
They have the military members go up there and they shoot, do the
nice.
the service. Yeah, but I'm thinking that it can be more than just that, right? You can have a beautiful memorial up there and have people, use the stairs or the pathway to get up there.
Yeah.
Wheelchair accessible and all of that.
And this is no you and I talking, this is no shot at Gova, because first off, Gova,
I mean, it's been like that for years.
Yeah,
even
Gova's
prior
doing all they can with what little they have.
And so what is this agency? Not only do they run the cemetery, they're cemetery workers.
Yeah.
Right? But they're also providing
registration, getting veterans
with a very small team.
Very small team and a very small place. So, kudos to the governor giving that new place up in the Gagne Heights. if that's what it's for. I don't know. I don't know yet.
No, again, the vision, I can see the vision. Now it's execution.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
so, I mean, I saw a little bit of the space. There's plenty stairs going up and down, up and down.
Mhm.
I didn't see very many ramps.
Yeah.
The drive up there is beautiful, but and accessible, a van with wheelchair accessibility.
Oh man, I think
Get
it
up
was
there.
Veterans Day or Memorial Day, one of the two. And I ended up parking up on the hill going up to Nimitz Hill.
Okay.
Man, I almost slipped because of the mail that's on the road.
Yeah.
I think I slept
Wait,
like
where Nimitz Hill?
going up, it's from the cemetery. You have to park on the side of the road.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, and because it's so moist
To go
down
to the
there-
veteran
yeah,
cemetery, that's
so I
what-
was
yeah.
walking down,
Yeah.
and I kid you not, I probably slipped like probably 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
There was an older gentleman that was having the same problem. I mean, and he was using slippers because he
That's
wasn't.
DPW though.
Yeah, man.
Right?
Somebody
That's
need-
DPW because that's
somebody needs to do
outside of the
something.
veterans
Yeah, at least
cemetery,
water
right?
blast the
Yeah.
road or something because
Yeah.
it is a major hazard for a lot of the Manumcos that are walking. And
Wow, Manumco were walking from outside.
Yeah.
There was no parking inside.
there was no parking inside. Yeah, because everybody was in there already. It was packed. Yeah, the mass was going on, so people were still making way, and it just rained, right before
Right.
we parked, and just you're going downhill, so there's try walking on algae on the road,
Yeah.
and try to like walk without slipping. It's hard. It
Right.
really is downhill, mind you. So yeah, hopefully, future tense, maybe DPW can go over there and just at least water blast or send one of those those trash reapers to sweep up the road and everything to break it up because it really is slippery. Yeah, and that was just I think last year too when I went to go do mass with my dad at the cemetery.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it's man. I just hope everything works out. I mean, as far as the expansion, if not, then what Mr. Malik has been talking about,
So veteran cemeteries within like different regions. I
Mhm.
think that's a starting point.
Okay.
Right? So more of the southeastern side, he says he's identified land over in Lahan.
Yeah.
Right? And then you can, identify some more land, CLTC land up north. So here's the thing though. I mean, yeah, there's a good amount of when I was listening to CLTC when they were on with Dave, right? They said, yeah, I believe that we have enough land to distribute, to everybody on the list. But we just have to, I like the process that we go through with the legislature.
Mhm.
That needs to be in place because you do need to screen every time. There needs to be a process in place, not just with the CLTC. I think the legislature also has to sign off on transferring land
Yeah.
out of the CLTC to somewhere else.
Well, didn't they do that with the police department?
Yeah.
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 Up in
So
Jigo. That same process.
just keep doing that.
Yeah.
Keep doing that because transferring CLTC land out to Special Olympics,
Mhm.
transferring land out to GFD up here in Barragata Heights
Yeah.
for an emergency center.
Yeah,
Right?
the 911
Transferring land to GPD for their evidence.
Yeah.
Right? Because they needed to be closer to the roadway or whatnot, or because there's so much tires in the land that they had before, so they just need to switch to another space, whatever.
Mhm.
It just there needs to be transparency when we do this because we don't have an unlimited supply of CLTC land. And what breaks my heart is we're doing this and yet we still have this long list of people that have not been. What is the purpose
Yeah.
of the CLTC land? It's to give land. It's a trust to those where their land was taken from them.
Yeah.
Right? It was taken from them. This is a restoration program. So whose land was taken? The Chamorro people. Their land was taken. And so we set up this process so that way there can be some dignity.
Some parity.
So, yes. And so every time we transfer land from one division to another or for one project to another,
commercial leases.
It slows things down. I'm not against it, but again, make it transparent. Yeah. Make it transparent. And then transferring land out for, for one thing, or even I think there needs to be even more transparency on commercial leases because the acting director of CLTC didn't know the answer to how much money are we getting from commercial leases.
Yeah.
He didn't know that answer.
Wow. That is, at least, that's something.
How much are we getting for all of the commercial leases?
And I'm pretty sure they have a list. It's not hard. You have 50 leases going on. Okay, how much do they pay monthly? Okay, round it off to 12 months.
I know that it's different, but I would think that it would just be, I'll get you that answer 5 minutes later.
Yeah.
Here's the answer.
Yeah. Not even 5 minutes later?
Not through the whole show went with no answer.
Wow. That is
4:39 in the afternoon. We'll take the break. On the other side, there's the survey from Department of Public Health and Social Services, right? They're asking you to fill it out. I did it. It's very easy. And I know we had the former senator who is the deputy director of public health. She was on talking about what they want to do with the survey. But when you take a look at it even more so, it's a pretty comprehensive survey. It's not hard, but it got me thinking too of what's important to us. What is important to the people of Guam? What is top of mind when it comes to not just the health of an individual, but the health of a community? So we'll put out some, I'll throw out some of the information that is on this survey and see how you react to it. 4:40 in the afternoon, we'll take the break. Wave 105.
Begin. We are Guam. Wave 105 FM.
Got something you never sent your ex but still think about? Now's your chance. Text us the message you send your ex today. Funny, petty, sweet, or even savage. Don't send it to them, send it to us. We'll read the best ones on air and pick our favorites. Win prizes from Vince Jewelers, including gift certificates, tote bags, and wallets, plus foot massage gift certificates from Rui Spa.
Wow.
Your Valentine's season therapy is on Wave 105.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
If you're looking for love and luck this Valentine's weekend, Agani Shopping Center is where you'll find it. There's fun for the family on the 14th. Cupid's Market, photo booths, live music, and face painting. And on Sunday, come celebrate Chinese New Year with us. Instant prizes, lion and dragon dances, and more laughter and music. Shop and dine at Agani Shopping Center this February 14th and 15th. It's where you and your loved ones will surely find love and luck.
Got something you never sent your ex but still think about? Now's your chance. Text us the message you send your ex today. Funny, petty, sweet, or even savage. Don't send it to them, send it to us. We'll read the best ones on air and pick our favorites. Win prizes from Vince Jewelers, including gift certificates, tote bags, and wallets, plus foot massage gift certificates from Rui Spa.
Wow.
Your Valentine's season therapy is on Wave 105.
More than radio, it's Guam's group chat, Wave 105. Join the conversation. Glimpses Media.
.42 in the afternoon, and it's about that time we check in with traffic once again. Standing by with the very latest on your daily commute. We have Mr. Paulie Suba.
All right, let's take a look at our handy-dandy traffic app and see. Maybe everybody just went home from the Super Bowl.
I'm glad we're doing this traffic because I really want to see if the roads are busy.
It's definitely not.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, school is out, right? Especially the public schools. A number of private schools also took the day off, right?
Yeah.
Doing a number of things. But we know that the 4 public schools that do have school, that was because of double session. So they had to meet the requirements, right? The instruction requirements. And it's limited. It's not the same when you're doing double session. So right now, FBLG is over at Ukadu High, and Simon Sanchez is over at JFK. And I don't see too many people on the roadway. At least it's not affecting any traffic. Route 1, Route 8, Route 16, even on those major intersections like the Tri, everything looks pretty good. No issues. And so, again, your Real Deal Traffic Report brought to you by Mobile Oil Guam. Go farther on every journey with Mobile Synergy Supreme Plus Fuel, which keeps your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage. Visit guam.mobile.com for details. And Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 478 Auto. You can also view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com.
ISLA, Guam is where I'm from. Tautanu Itamoru, kingdom of our people. GUAM, island in the sun. From Jigo to Malesi, this land is all that we know. I said this land is all that we know.
All right, welcome back. The bright side here on Wave 105. Viva Lunes. It's Monday.
Viva!
4:46 in the afternoon. So, Jess, so you know, here's a PSA for GCC. So this Thursday, February 12th, 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. So you got an hour and a half to go over to the GCC Culinary Arts and Baking Center. They've got some baked goods. They're doing a Valentine's bake sale. And so the price ranges from $3 to $15. Remember, it's cash only, right?
Okay.
And so they are selling Japanese milk bread, right? Sourdough. These are loaves as well.
Wow.
Loaves of Japanese milk bread and loaves of sourdough. They're also selling cinnamon rolls, assortment of cookies, brownies, heart-shaped decorated cookies, assortment of French macarons, Valentine Linzer cookies. I now know what Linzer cookies are. Mini heart-shaped cheesecakes, cake pop truffles, cream puffs, mini tiramisu cakes, mini Zamoro love cakes. That I don't know. What are Zamoro love cakes? Is it just a Zamoro baking with love? Fruit parfaits, savory and sweet turnovers. So there you go. They're only going to be doing this for about an hour and a half.
Just for today?
They usually sell out. No, this is this Thursday.
Okay.
They usually sell out of a lot of the good stuff. They don't have a lot left in, like, I don't know, in 30, 40 minutes. And understanding that, you know, this is only an hour and a half, I imagine people will be there a lot earlier than 11 so they can get the good, you know, most of the popular stuff.
Yeah.
When I'm looking at this list, it's all good. And I've bought from GCC when it comes to pies, when it comes to some of these baked goods as well. In the past, I've bought lunch plates before. It's always good. It is always good. The value is just great.
And it's the students.
It's the students
Okay.
that bake these. Yeah. So
Nice.
I'm trying to figure out what is. I guess because she wouldn't know, I'd have to get more information from the students themselves. Because I don't know. I don't even know what a love cake is. I love cakes. It doesn't matter what it is. But I don't know what a love cake is. So let me see here. I'm trying to Google it. If there's
I'm thinking more like probably velvet or something like that. Heart-shaped
Really?
cake. I don't know, man.
I love me some Linzer cookies.
Oh yeah,
I
those are
love
good.
me. And so I used to buy them at Ross because you'll see them every time you're walking through the maze,
Mhm.
right? They'll be there. But there's so many people here on island that know how to make them, like
Mhm.
freshly bake them.
Mm.
So I don't buy them at Ross anymore. I just look for the bakers.
Yeah.
Because they're good. It's like the ones with like strawberry filling or raspberry filling in the middle of a cookie.
Okay, I
Yeah.
got.
You know what a love cake is?
Overview love cake or bolo de amor is a type of
I've never even.
cake eaten in Sri Lanka
Wow.
on special occasions, and it just looks like really chamorro cake with sprinkle powder on it.
I didn't know that this was called a love cake.
Yeah, traditional Sri Lankan cake, love cake recipe.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
This looks like a okay. Is
Like-
this the same one?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It looks like the chamorro cake with just white powder sprinkle on
Okay.
top. If that's the case, then
Good old fashioned yellow cake?
Yeah, yellow cake with sprinkles. Sheets, I can make that. I'll just go buy it over there, like chotnis and everything, and then get my powdered sugar, sprinkle on top, and say,
Yeah.
babe, it's my love cake.
Okay, so the Guam Community Health Survey, right? They ask you
Yes.
to complete this survey from
What are the
Public Health.
questions?
Oh, yeah. So it's real easy. In the following list, what do you think are the 3 most important factors for a healthy community? And we'll get to that, right? So the next question is, what do you think are the 3 most important health problems in our community? The next one is, what do you think are the 3 most important risky behaviors in our community? And then you would go to next. Hold on. I actually have to do the survey to move on. So we'll just go back to, when I was doing this survey, I was like, wow, I can't just pick 3. What do you think are the 3 most important factors for a healthy community?
Wow.
So the responses are, and it asks you to pick 3. And so now I have to prioritize, right?
Is it multiple choice? No.
Oh, there's plenty choices here.
Okay.
Good place to raise children. Yes.
Mhm.
Right? Low crime. Safe neighborhoods. Yes.
Mhm.
Low level of child abuse. Yes.
Mm.
That's 3 already. But 4 is good schools.
Mm.
Okay, now I need to pick. Now 1 needs to go. Then the next one is access to health care. But I want all 5. Parks and recreation. Yes, that's important to me. Now that's 6. A clean environment. I want to check them all.
Mm.
Affordable housing. Arts and cultural events. Excellent race relations.
All those choices tie into one another,
Right.
when you really think about it.
Good jobs and healthy economy.
Definitely.
Yes. It's the economy, stupid.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause-
Strong family life.
Mm.
Healthy behaviors and lifestyles. Low adult death and disease rates. Low infant deaths. Religious or spiritual values. And so again, it asks you to select 3 options. However, the question is, in the following list, what do you think are the 3 most important factors for a healthy community?
Mm.
And
Well,
so that's
definitely healthcare,
access to healthcare.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is first and foremost. Anything after that is just
Well, that's public health.
Yeah.
Right? And so that is a pillar, right?
Mhm.
In just any society.
Yeah, because
Right?
I mean, if you want to live healthy, you gotta, and then, gosh, is there any cost of living?
I would put that under economy, right?
Yeah.
Good jobs and healthy economy.
Yeah, because you can't. When everybody says, you gotta, eat right and everything, I'm like, hey, man, I love to eat right, but the can of Spam is much cheaper than the vegetables over there.
Then the quinoa.
Yeah. I'll get cow roast before I get, the cauliflower rice.
Oh, man. I'd rather eat no rice than eat cauliflower. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
I tried it, and I fooled myself for a little bit.
I'll eat it with pizza if it's a pizza crust.
I fooled myself. I'm like, it's not bad. It's not bad. I can do this.
Yeah.
The second time, I'm like, yeah, we are not doing this anymore.
Yeah, no.
I can't. No matter how we season this thing. If I have to put dressing and all kinds of different sauces to make this taste good, I'm eating
a love cake.
I'm defeating the purpose of this. It's no longer healthy with all of the other things that I've added to make this taste good.
Yeah.
So
you get Mrs. Dash. You get Mrs. Dash, but then you
MSG. I have to put MSG to make the cauliflower rice taste good.
Yeah, Mrs. Dash, but then you add, you get Citanona's own spices and everything and all. You get her Tabasco sauce and put it all. Forget Mrs. Dash. Go to Tanona.
No, I'm not doing that cauliflower. I fooled myself in thinking it was good. It's not bad. No, I rather eat cardboard.
Yeah. But I mean,
rice.
It should fall under economy, but it should be stand out alone on that survey. Cost of living pretty much should be lower.
Well, a lot of affordable housing, right? That's all. Yeah. So it is tough because I'm like, wow, it's all of these things.
I mean, because if you want, because everything we eat,
can't just pick three.
Yeah,
but
everything we eat, it just goes back down. I mean,
I appreciate this survey. I really do because I really do want to know what the responses are. Mm-hmm. What does this community prioritize?
Yeah.
What are the top 3 things? And I would say that this is what is going to bring us together.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's that hard for us here. I think there's a lot of, when it comes to politics, there's a lot of, everything is politicized.
Mm-hmm.
I think it gets polarizing too with the things that happen, stateside or whatnot, the posting of other things, and we get lost in that. We want to argue, we want to debate whether this was racist or that wasn't racist, and give you all the reasons why it's not racist or it is racist, and we forget sometimes that we all just live here.
Yeah.
And we actually want the same things for ourselves too.
Yeah.
And so that to me is more important. That what makes us closer, or what makes us more, our ideals, our belief, what we want for our children are all similar to each other.
Yeah.
Because when I look at this, I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. A good place to raise children? Both sides.
Awesome. Yeah.
Both sides.
If we could have it, yeah.
Low crime, safe neighborhoods?
Yeah.
Both sides. I think here too, I mean, like Rand Coffman was saying, this is this is where humans teach humans.
Yeah.
I agree.
There's a uniqueness about Guam and the Marianas, and even just hearing this, in our region, the familial ties you would have. That's why when you look at it and you just see a lot of homelessness, mind you, Chamorros, and Chukis of national descent. All these people. I mean, our families were at one point in time, so close together, but drugs, crime, everything that survey is pointing out is something that I would say majority of that is what we want, but we're not living today. We're not living healthy. There's a lot of people with diabetes, a lot of people with so many different ailments out there. Access to healthcare is almost non-existent here.
Right.
Cost of living is too expensive. And so there's a breakdown in the family unit. Now, growing up, I've never seen so much homelessness. Maybe back at States, but not here in Guam. And it's sad because, you would see these people. I'm like, there was one guy there was a report that was done, I believe it was KUAM, and this guy for 30 years was in the service industry. He was a waiter and everything, and he worked there, but finally he fell on bad times, and they interviewed him down there at Nimitz Beach. This was, I believe, right around the typhoon time of Marwar. Yeah, so, just looking at that guy, knowing that I used to see him at all these restaurants during that I used to frequent.
Sure.
Now he's homeless and he's at Nimitz Beach, and it's not like he doesn't want to work. It's hard to get around. Transportation sucks, and he's down in Agate, and majority of the jobs that he is into are all up central and up north. So I hope the survey does, serve a purpose, to
But
make.
I think it will bring clarity too, because we don't need more division.
We don't.
And so when it comes to the election, right? I mean, I understand that there can be division.
Yeah.
As already the primary, you're dividing. You can't go both sides.
Yeah.
So you got to vote either Republican or you got to vote Democrat.
Biba.
And but I think here we can be civil because we have always been civil. I think we can respect each other and respect a difference of opinion.
Yeah.
I think we can respect the fact that we are different in some ways. However, I think we all want the same things.
Yeah.
We all want safer communities, lower crime,
great parks.
Yeah. Cleaner environments.
Healthier
and so
environment.
that we can all agree on. And so whether your Godzu is not the same as my Godzu, well, let's hold all of our Godzus accountable.
Yeah.
And say this is what we demand out of our elected officials.
It'll be interesting to see what
these things here. And so as long as you're all pointing there, then we can't lose. However, there are the haves and the have-nots. And so the have-nots will always be like, my Godzu must get in order for me to have something. And I would say that's no way to live. Don't let government decide how your life's going to be.
True that.
I would not. So for me, so-and-so's in right now, I'm not, my life and my children's life does not depend on every decision this governor makes. My life and my children's life does not depend on every decision this legislature makes. So we give the legislature and the administration too much power over our lives. And I don't think it should be like that.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this election is very important. Do not get me wrong. There's a lot at stake, yes. But my children and what I can control will always be what I can control. And I'm not going to flip over backwards or lose my whole sanity over who gets elected.
True that.
5:02 in the afternoon, KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Christopher Cruz at a bar in Seattle tonight. A celebration of the defeat by the Seahawks of the New England Patriots 29-13 at the Super Bowl.
A night to remember for the 12s, the Seahawks diehard fans at Super Bowl 60.
Oh my God, it's amazing. Yeah.
Who cares about the past? We're in the future.
One of the key plays and a moment of healing after the 12s lost to the Patriots in Super Bowl 49. Uchenna Nwosu's fourth quarter takeaway for a touchdown. The Seahawks are Super Bowl champs again. Luke Ducey for CBS News, Santa Clara.
Victory parade scheduled for Wednesday. The cold can kill, says New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani.
This weather, frankly, is dangerous.
and the consequences of being outside could be fatal.
CBS News meteorologist Grant Gilmore.
Again, this Arctic air just had a tight grip across much of the mid-Atlantic and northeast United States, holding temperatures 20 to 30 degrees below normal. In fact, over 20 locations came close to or broke record cold high temperatures.
The woman who helped obtain girls for Jeffrey Epstein is scheduled to testify tomorrow to the House Oversight Committee behind closed doors. More from CBS's Nicole Killian.
Members of the House Oversight Committee expect Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell to plead the Fifth. Maxwell is scheduled for a virtual deposition with the panel Monday. She was moved to a minimum security facility in Texas last year after giving a lengthy interview to Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche.
American and Iranian negotiators continue to talk despite major disagreements over uranium enrichment and weapons limits. The latest from CBS's Willie James Inman.
The president warning that if Iran makes the wrong decision here, in this case, not negotiating with the United States on its nuclear deal, that there will likely be consequences. And the White House has always maintained that the president has an array of options at his disposal, including military action.
CBS's Kelly O'Grady is in Milan, Italy, where she's been watching one of Team USA's highest-profile skaters.
Ilya Malinin, it all came down to him. It was a really tight race between Team USA and Team Japan, and Ilya Malinin put out a solid skate. It wasn't what we have seen from the quad god in the past. It was a little shaky in parts, but it was enough to get that gold for Team USA.
And skier Lindsey Vonn underwent orthopedic surgery to stabilize a fracture in her left leg after she crashed 12 and a half seconds into her downhill race. The 41-year-old Vonn was skiing on an injured left knee. She was a race favorite after returning to the sport on a rebuilt right knee. This is CBS News.
Follow and listen to CBS Mornings on the go on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Jury selection will soon get underway for the trial of the father of a man charged with shooting and killing 4 people in a school in Georgia in 2024.
Colin Gray is accused of gifting his son a rifle 7 months after the teen was investigated for an alleged online threat to commit a school shooting. Atlanta defense attorney Don Samuel, not connected to this case, says lawyers have to decide if they want an intellectual jury or an emotional one.
If it's an emotional jury, you're going to have a problem because the tragedy was so enormous. If you want an intellectual jury, they may reach the more complicated decision, which is, yes, it was a tragedy, but there's a difference between a tragedy and a crime.
The trial date for accused school shooter Colt Gray is pending. Veronica Waters for CBS News, Atlanta.
Cuba has told airlines flying to the island that starting midnight Monday into Tuesday, they won't be able to refuel their planes. Cuba is dealing with a U.S.-ordered block on oil shipments from Venezuela. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
KGUM-FM, Dedido. Powered by Glimpses Media.
Saving for retirement doesn't have to be complicated, but it does need to be consistent. I'm Stephen Cates with the Bankrate Personal Finance Minute. When it comes to retirement, the most important step is simply getting started. If your employer offers a retirement plan like a 401k, try to contribute enough to get any matching dollars. That's essentially free money added to your savings. Another smart move is to increase contributions gradually. Each time you get a raise, consider putting part of it toward retirement before lifestyle costs creep up. Automating contributions can also help so that saving happens without relying on willpower. Diversification matters too. Spreading investments across stocks, bonds, and other assets can help balance growth and risk, especially as retirement gets closer. Don't forget to review your plan periodically to make sure it still fits your goals and timeline. The bottom line is start early, save consistently, and adjust as life changes. For more, check out Bankrate. I'm Stephen Cates.
About 4 in 10 Americans put financial infidelity on par with physical cheating. This is Ted Rossman with the Bankrate Personal Finance Minute. When we talk about financial infidelity, we're referring to money secrets like hidden debt, savings, and spending. 38% of U.S. adults say financial cheating is equally as bad as physical infidelity. And 5% say money secrets are even worse, according to a recent Bankrate survey. Money is very personal. It's one of the leading sources of relationship conflict and divorce. And Bankrate found most people would rather talk about sensitive topics, such as politics, religion, and even their weight, as opposed to money matters like how much credit card debt they have or how much money's in their bank account. But secrets hurt. Breaches of trust can fester and undermine the relationship. The fix is communication. You and your spouse need to talk about money. But you don't need to combine everything. Consider the yours, mine, and ours strategy to commingle some money for joint expenses while keeping some separate for individual hobbies and gifts. As long as you agree upon the parameters, it's not cheating. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Ted Rossman.
5:09 in the afternoon. This is Wave 105 with the bright side. The host of the show, Mr. Paulie Suba. It's time to check in with our traffic for the 5 o'clock hour. Your real deal traffic report with Mr. Paulie Suba. Buenas.
All right, let's check it out. And so, yeah, not much has changed in the 4 o'clock to the 5 o'clock. I know at this time, we do usually see a lot of congestion, at least on Route 1.
Yeah.
In the Tamuning area or Upper 2. I don't see it. And so, that's a good thing. Take advantage and enjoy, the fact that everybody it just went right home after, either to cry. I don't know. There's not many Patriots fans, though, right? I mean, everybody left when Tom did.
Yeah, pretty much.
When Tom left, everyone else left.
They jumped off the bandwagon.
So,
Patriots,
jeez. It's not that bad.
Worst fans ever.
It's not that big of a deal, right? I don't think there are any left.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They're Buccaneers fans.
Okay, so you have Patriots and then you have turncoats, right? The Benedict Arnold and everything during that time.
If the Seahawks had lost, I could totally see a whole bunch of cars pulled off to the side, still trying to control their tears.
I probably wouldn't come to work tonight.
Thank goodness they won. Thank goodness they won, yeah. So I don't see it. It looks pretty good. It's all brought to you by Mobile Oil Guam, your real deal traffic report, right? Don't forget, every journey with Mobile Synergy Supreme Plus fuel keeps your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. And Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot. Here's that number, guamautospot.com. Here's the website to check out their inventory. The number again is 478-AUTO. And the bright side here on Wave 105 is brought to you by GTA. We start with you. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Micropack, powering your business with cutting-edge tech. Visit Micropack today. Take your business to the next level. And Chili's Grill and Bar. Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. 5:11 in the afternoon. All right, we got less than an hour to go, Ryan. You gonna go back to Seahawks headquarters?
No.
After 6?
Yeah, in my room and watch the whole game.
Again? Over?
No, I didn't watch the game today.
What?
Yeah, I was on the road today, man. Jeez. And I was like,
there's plenty of highlights.
Yeah, I've been watching them, but I want the full effect. Yes, even with Bad Bunny.
Well, that's all I'm gonna go rewatch.
Well, if
I'm gonna go and rewatch the Bad Bunny concert.
Yeah, well, if Joe Malik says it was a good concert, lots of women on it, hey, I'm all for it. Joe Malik.
there's a couple things that I missed, right? I mean, it happened. So, I mean, there was a lot of things happening in the backgrounds. I don't know. It looked like he gave away one of his Grammys.
Wow.
But, I mean, it could have just been theatrics.
Well, it's funny because
he handed a Grammy to a little boy, and the little boy ran off.
You were talking about somebody getting married.
Yeah.
It was actually on CBS News, man.
Did they finally identify them?
No, it was like
they're
no,
not.
They
haven't. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a marriage.
Yes.
In the field. I'm like, okay.
Yes. Love is in the air.
Love is in the air with the love cake.
Right. Oh, love cake. That's some. So I don't know if I guess I'll keep it anonymous because I like it when people do respond to what we're saying, right?
Yes.
And maybe they don't want to be outed, right?
Of course not.
So, they were enjoying the conversation about love cakes. And so they just reminded this person about when they were in the military.
Before you start,
Yeah.
so last week, right, we were doing the alphabets with Senor LaGuardia.
Yeah.
And K, right, came in. And so we're like coming up with words and everything. And he was like, so what is cake? He was basically asking Chamorro, what do they call cake in Chamorro? And we all looked at dumbfounders and he was like, cake. So there is no word in Chamorro.
There you go. Yeah.
For cake. So yeah, love cake.
Love cake.
Guide's a cake.
So when we're talking about love cakes, I guess it reminded him of when he was in the Marine Corps.
Okay.
Because when the Marine Corps drill instructor slaps you at boot camp in the late 70s, that's a love tap.
Okay.
That's what love cakes reminded him of the love taps he used to get at the Marine Corps boot camp. They outlawed that.
Yeah.
Way what in the 80s maybe?
Yeah, well, you watched the movie.
At least in the early 2000s, there was no more.
Yeah, they have what you call stress cards now.
Yeah. There was no more. I don't even think you can yell at the recruits anymore, right? You can only give them a stern warning.
What's that famous Marine actor, Sergeant Ermey? Yeah, what's his name in Full Metal Jacket?
Oh yeah,
Private Powell.
Yeah,
he's like everybody's worst nightmare. It's like you tell somebody to join the Marines, man. Hold on for a second, man. I just don't, I can't stand the idea of somebody getting in my face,
calling you a maggot,
and get down and give him 20. I'm like, hey, dude, I just don't go down, okay? I just don't go down for anybody.
Yeah.
Get down and give me 20. Like, sorry, I was raised right.
Yeah, apparently there was and so I wasn't really sure what was happening, right? I'm like, okay, maybe this, we love our weddings in Puerto Rico, and it had to be part of it, right? Part of the whole thing, but real wedding took place live during the halftime performance. I was trying to find in the short amount of time that I had to show prep today, because we had a lot of things happening today. Not just the Super Bowl. There was a lot of things that we had to take care of today.
Kid Rock was...
I didn't watch any of that.
Yeah, it was supposed to be the alternative.
Did it work out?
I don't know. But it was supposed to be the alternative for halftime, right? So once Bad Bunny started...
People switched the channel to go watch Kid Rock?
Yeah. And
was it good?
I don't know. I haven't seen it. But, there were a lot of people saying, that they enjoyed the concert, of course. And then there are a lot of people who are like, well, first off, for the whole concert and all the cameo appearances.
They sang in Spanish.
They sang in Spanish. And so it's
for most of it.
So, I mean, is it a political type thing?
I mean, he's Puerto Rican, right? And their national language is Spanish and English.
You got Lady Gaga coming out. And,
Lady Gaga did great. I loved her.
Yeah.
Pedro Pascal was also, there was a cameo. Ricky Martin.
Wow.
Yeah, there were some cameos. So when I went to Puerto Rico, right, I was able to go check it. Everywhere I went, you walk into the store, Spanish.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I speak English. As soon as they code switched.
Yeah.
As soon as I said sorry English, they didn't judge me and say, "Hey, look at this Puerto Rican. How does he not know Spanish?"
It's like
and I'm like, "Well, hold on here. hold on.
It's like the
because
Philippines.
Spanish is not indigenous to Puerto Rico either.
Yeah.
Calm down.
Well, there is a connection, right, between Puerto Rico and Guam, right? But you go to the Philippines and you say, no, only English, or say, I don't understand. Their code is, okay, let me, like if you go to Green Hills.
Oh, yeah.
It's like when they start talking to you in their vernacular and their language, and you say only English, man, they go on straight up like, okay, let me see how much I can take away from this guy. How many pesos I can get.
Dang.
They're like, yeah,
I never
no,
really
this one-
experienced that.
Yeah, no. Man, those guys are,
No, but when
wheelers and dealers.
not everybody knew about Guam when I was there, but
Yeah.
every now and then they're like, so where are you from?
Mm.
And what state are you from? I'm like,
Yeah.
oh no, I'm from Guam. Like, oh, you're like us.
Yeah.
You're not a U.S. territory.
Yeah.
I spent some time at one of the, it's not the VFWs. It was a veterans office there, just to learn more about some of the challenges that they face.
Yeah.
There. League of, man, we even have one here.
Legion.
Yeah. It's in Tamuning.
Yeah, it's in Tamuning.
I can't believe I forgot the name of
I
it. But they had
always
American
go to-
Legion.
American Legion.
Yes.
There we go.
So they had their office there, and I had some conversations with them, and they said, you know what, it is all about numbers.
Yeah.
And so there are 4 million people that live in Puerto Rico, right?
Yeah.
And so we were able to get some things because we proved that there are so many veterans here.
Yeah.
However, we do have our own challenges as well.
Yeah.
Right? And so there are a lot of people in Puerto Rico that understood
The plight.
of being an unincorporated territory.
Mm-hmm.
And they were saying some of the same things, same challenges that they face as an unincorporated territory.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so the U.S. already kind of sees them as, no, you made your decision.
Yeah.
However, there is a good amount of people that have said we don't like the decision, and so in essence, we actually didn't even make the decision yet because of for one reason or another, and so we still have that right. So they continue to advocate for that process to continue.
What's their representation in D.C.? Is it pretty much like us?
Us.
But they don't have a voting delegate.
They don't have a voting delegate either.
Wow.
They don't. Non-representative.
So I know that Congressman
and no
Moylan,
Senate. No
Congressman
senator
Moylan,
in Senate.
He teamed up with the CNMI.
And also, I
Virgin
believe
Islands,
Puerto Rico, yeah.
Samoa.
A caucus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
U.S.
Puerto Rico
territory,
part of
yeah.
that?
I believe
Okay.
so.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow, that man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But and
strength
so
in numbers, guys. Yeah.
Right, but they also understood too that some of their asks also, affect the other territories. But they have 4 million people there.
Yeah.
So of course they're going to get a bigger piece of the pie.
Mhm.
Right? But there needs to be some equity though. Just because you have 4 million people, like you obviously will get a bigger piece of the pie, but then us getting so little to the point where it's not even helping 150,000 people that live here.
Yeah.
That needs to be reassessed.
Yeah.
But, they love their flag. Puerto Ricans love their flag. The flag was everywhere. Everywhere. And you know how you'll see some people say, why aren't you raising the American flag? Why only the Guam flag? I don't get offended. In Puerto Rico, you don't get to ask that question. There are Puerto Rican flags everywhere.
I go to California and I see
everywhere.
I see California's state flag with that little bear going
And the
on.
U.S. flag is nowhere
It's
to
nowhere
be seen.
found. Yeah, nowhere to be seen.
Nowhere to be seen.
Maybe at federal buildings, but not necessarily.
Yeah, federal buildings for sure.
Not necessarily
Yeah.
all around California.
It is.
I would see the
They
California flag before
love
the
it.
American flag. So, yeah, I don't even know why they're questioning you stuff like that. Because you're in Guam? I don't know. See, that's why I love my flag.
They love it. Yeah. And then so there's this legend where I might get it wrong, but I'm just from memory.
Okay.
There's this legend of, and you'll see it at the airport. They make these masks of cow bladders.
Okay.
You know, where you milk the cow.
Yeah.
And so that's the face. And it's to scare off demons or bad spirits.
And this is in Puerto Rico.
In Puerto Rico.
Okay.
Yeah. And so we went to this one, like, it was super far from San Juan. We drove maybe 2 hours away from San Juan. And we went to this area where they were having a parade. And it wasn't like our liberation parade. It was just a parade where people walked out of their houses and just enjoyed the dancers and the singers and those that were in costume.
Yeah.
For about an hour and a half. And they had like low riders and loud music. Beautiful music that sounded like what Bad Bunny was playing in the halftime show.
Nice.
Right? And, you know, it wasn't organized like our Liberation Day parade. It was just come outside. Sit on the sidewalk.
And jam.
The government, I don't even know if the government was involved, to be honest with you.
It probably wasn't sanctioned by the government.
But they closed the road. I mean,
road.
it was sanctioned because I saw police officers.
Okay.
But how much the government was involved, it didn't look like it. It looked like it was community, right? And they were just going down a small street.
Can you imagine if all
not
the
a main road.
If all villages actually did that?
We kind of do, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
during Christmas, yes.
Yeah. We kind of do have those. Inalahan has a wonderful Christmas parade, right? With the lights and the floats and whatnot, right? But yeah. And so, you know what was cool is they still have what Plaza de España used to be. They have the church there.
Yeah.
And they have the mayor's office there. And they have restaurants that are all surrounded in the area. They have the courthouse there. And they're all plazas. They say plaza, right?
Yeah.
And so there's music playing. There's a park there. It reminds me of Plaza de España.
Yeah.
Like, there's your connection there to Spanish colonization, right? For however many years. But that's part of their everyday life. And so, you know, they're U.S. territory, but you have that kind of gathering. And I went to at least 3 of these plazas, right? And I saw the government house there, where the mayor's at. I saw the church is right there too.
I've seen pictures of actual sites that date back all the way to the Spanish times.
Yeah.
I mean, even that little lookout place in Pneumatic that we have in, what is it, Fort
Soledad.
Fort Soledad.
Yeah.
That little area where the soldiers were standing. I saw a picture of Puerto Rico, and it had the exact same thing.
Well, look at where our community centers are all over the island.
Yeah.
What's next to our community centers most of the time? The Catholic Church.
The Catholic Church.
Yeah. There's a church right next to our community center where the mayor's at.
Yeah.
And so in essence, those are like our plazas here in Guam. There's still
it's
resemblances.
Spanish driven.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so that's very much what is happening in Puerto Rico, even with it being a U.S. territory.
You know,
and they speak Spanish everywhere.
I don't know what's going on now, but back in the day when I was working at the mall, remember JR's music shop, where Docomo used to be upstairs. It was the only music shop at the mall.
Where Docomo used to be.
Yeah, where now it's like some bakery place now and everything.
What are we talking about?
So when you go up the escalator, right, and you see the eatery on one side, where Docomo used to be right after the escalator.
Where?
At the mall.
Oh, at Micronesia Mall.
At Micronesia Mall. That's where the music shop was at. When I was working there in the early 90s.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I totally forgot that Docomo used to be near the food court.
So early in the 90s, they had this delegation come out from Spain. I kid you not. And when they walked in, they had the mestiza look, right? But then they also had the Chamorro bone structure type thing. I mean, you would look at them and like, man, that looked like my uncle. They weren't as tan as us, but they had the Mataikatu, with their green eyes and everything. But what struck me the most was the last names, right? Now, one of them, came up, and I was the cashier, and, I was like, are you guys from Guam? It's like, no, we're from Spain. I'm like, really? It's like, yeah, we're part of this visiting delegation and everything. And then also some of them from Puerto Rico, some of them from Mexico, they all came to Guam. I guess they wanted to see the history of Guam and what it was all about because of the Spanish galleon type thing, right?
Yeah.
And then their next stop was the Philippines. And so that person that I was speaking to, his last name was Villagomez. And I'm like, gosh, man, hold on for a second, because we might be related, because my grandfather is a Villagomez, and my grandfather, he was very Spanish looking, like he had like the gray greenish eyes and everything and all. And so I was like, man, this is, and he's like, no, the reason why I'm here is because of my I did my research, and my grandfather came here like in the 1700s. So who knows, we might be related. I mean, back then there was no genealogy type thing and everything, but it was just interesting because when you're talking about, the village and how they're near churches and everything and all, and then when you just meet face to face, these people, descendants from people that came here back in the 1600s,
I'm looking at the 1676 location of indigenous settlements.
Yeah.
And that's Dr. Carlos Madrid, the map that's up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And and then who is the one with Carlos Madrid, the lady there?
I'm not sure.
I think she was the one who actually got that thing going. She was also at UOG too as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and she's like the foremost expert on like the history of Guam and everything.
Yeah.
And then Carlos Madrid came in, I guess he was working under her before she left. Yeah. But no, it's very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. 5:30 in the afternoon. We're taking a phone? I'll take it. Otherwise, we can go to break if somebody's not coming in. Yeah, we'll just take it. Hafade, Wave 105, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
Hafade.
Hafade.
Hi, Paulie.
Hi, you're on the air.
Yes, sir. Hey, a great show, and, Ryan's really added to the flavor of the thing. So brilliant that you brought on Ryan St. Nicholas. I think he deserves a raise.
I'm just glad that he agreed to be part of the team because we're so happy to have him.
Amazing, and bringing real depth to your already great analysis. And I know you probably already brought it up, and I think you're going to get a whole bunch of more phone calls because public health, unfortunately, seems to be falling apart. They've been slow in getting the resources for families at risk, getting their food. I think it's called SNAP.
Okay.
And then the major delays and other services related to Medicaid, because I think their computer system is just really not working well. And so up and down the line, despite the fact that we have one well-paid director and two very well-paid deputy directors, Peter John Camacho and Amanda Shelton, public health, which I think previously was maybe one of the star agencies and actually making a good case that the Lulian Guerrero administration was at least doing that correctly, because the governor does have a master's of public health. Unfortunately, for the last 6 months, the Public Health Child Care Block Grant Program has not been paying for daycare services for the children of Guam, and they're putting working families at risk. Is this something you're aware of, or should I go into detail as to their
Yes,
failure?
please. I'm not aware.
So what's happening is that the federal government completely funds the child care program for a lot of families who meet the criterion for poverty.
Okay.
So these are families that are trying to keep things together, despite the fact the governor is saying that the economy is great. We probably have about 50,000 people that are at the poverty level, and we have a lot of families who qualify for assistance for food, shelter, and daycare, child care services. Not to mention public education. But this is critical because there's a lot of families who are trying to fulfill the requirement to work, right? You know that this is the big deal with SNAP is if you're going to get free food from the government, you got to put a certain amount of hours of work in. And Mr. Trump is making this a big deal, especially since the Somalians effed it up in Minnesota. You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
But now the big F up is the government of Guam, and under Teresa Areola, and under Amanda Shelton, and under Peter John Camacho, they're putting working families at risk because they're not the daycare centers haven't been paid, and so they can't pay for water, they can't pay for power, and they can't pay for cleaning supplies, and they can't make payroll. And so this legacy of the one thing that Governor Liu probably should have done well, which is taking care of public health, right, and the children. This now, as she goes into her State of the Island address, she needs to address this. And she has in the past come clean when CPS was failing spectacularly with the foster children and all the Patkun Mazuti, right? So this is public health Mazuti. They're failing to pay for services already rendered going back apparently till October. They've been delinquent in these payments, and this is not their money. You know, just like with Homeland Security squandering millions of dollars of federal Homeland Security money, this is public health playing a very dangerous game of apparently shifting federal funds around to pay for the salaries of non-essential GovGuam workers, and instead of paying the daycare centers. This is terrible. This is evil. So we call out Teresa Areola. She needs to call your show. She has another 30 minutes to make it happen. But she needs to answer to this before the governor goes in front of the legislature and the people of Guam to say what a wonderful job she's doing. Because I thought it was this. I thought she was doing child care and family stuff, but must not be doing a great job because even Jane Flores is quitting. The lady from the Bureau of Women's Affairs passing out tampons. She quit. So Linda DeNorsi quit. A lot of people have quit on Lou. Andy Berdalio quit. Many, many people are quitting. We're hearing that Dr. Jolene Elgin might be soon to quit. So this is not good for the state of the island. And I would call the governor. She needs to answer to this before she creates some lies for her State of the Island address. You know, she needs to tell the truth, and she needs to pay the daycare centers. They're starving for money. This is not good. This is federal money that Governor Guam is apparently hoarding. So you didn't know this, Paulie?
I did not.
I'm
reaching out now.
Oh dear.
So you're saying last 6 months the child care block grant, they're not paying the child care.
The latest lie. This is the latest lie, and confront Teresa Areola on this. They're blaming it on the Somalians. They're saying that because the Somalians cheated on daycares in St. Paul, Minnesota, that they couldn't pay people back, all the way back till October of last year, so the beginning of the fiscal year. That is a lie. We only found out about the Somalians 3 weeks ago.
I do know that President Trump had said that they're freezing, right, on especially those states. But Congressman Jim Moylan said
they should investigate Guam because Guam has not been putting out the money to the daycare center. So where the hell is the money?
Right.
They were blaming the Somalians for misusing the federal funds that came from the state of Minnesota, and now we're saying Governor Guam has stolen the money. Where is the money, Lou?
I saw a release that maybe 3 weeks ago, and from Public Health that said that we are not affected. So I will circle back and ask the question.
So and then let's do one of those pool things where you line up all the shots, all the balls. SNAP's been falling down. Medicaid has been falling down. All these services that are federally funded and should be 100% given to the people who are doing the service.
Yeah.
Public health can't find the money, which does sound like corruption. Does sound like somebody's benefiting because you got to follow the money. And this is the State of the Island address that Governor Lilian Guerrero needs to deliver because she just told everybody that the economy's good.
I got you. I'm reaching out now.
Hey,
okay.
Thank you, Paulie. Give Ryan a big raise for me, huh?
He just got here.
Yeah.
Can we wait 3 months?
I don't know. At this rate, if your advertisers paid you the way that public health pays the daycare centers, you don't got 3 months.
Well, we don't have 3 months, yeah. Yeah, I'll be lucky if he sticks around that long.
No, I
Thanks.
will.
Thanks.
They're paying like political, political candidates, right? I'll pay you later when I win.
Okay, sir. Thanks.
Have a nice day.
You too. Okay, 5:37 in the afternoon. We got one more break, right? Let's do that.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Get ready, get set. Mark your calendars for the biggest event of the year. Bank of Guam's Hagåtña City Run and Block Party is back and set for Saturday, March 7, 2026 with a Sunset 5K and signature block party. All proceeds support the fight against cancer. So let's come together for an evening of fun. Stay in the loop by following on social media for details and updates on Bank of Guam's Hagåtña City Run and Block Party. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
If you're looking for love and luck this Valentine's weekend, Agani Shopping Center is where you'll find it. There's fun for the family on the 14th. Cupid's Market, photo booths, live music, and face painting. And on Sunday, come celebrate Chinese New Year with us. Instant prizes, lion and dragon dances, and more laughter and music. Shop and dine at Agani Shopping Center this February 14th and 15th. It's where you and your loved ones will surely find love and luck.
Got something you never sent your ex but still think about? Now's your chance. Text us the message you'd send your ex today. Funny, petty, sweet, or even savage. Don't send it to them, send it to us. We'll read the best ones on air and pick our favorites. Win prizes from Vince Jewelers, including gift certificates, tote bags, and wallets, plus foot massage gift certificates from Rui Spa.
Wow.
Your Valentine's season therapy is on Wave 105.
We're about 20 minutes away from the 6 o'clock hour, 5:40 in the afternoon. This is Wave 105. And right now it's time for our real deal traffic report. Standing by, Mr. Pauly Suba. Buenas.
All right, let's check it out. Let's see here. Okay, I do see some delays now on Route 1. I know, we're getting excited, right? However, shouldn't get too excited because people are actually stuck in traffic, right? Route 1, okay, yeah, it makes sense because this is around the time where Simon Sanchez high school students are getting out of school, right? Okay. And so they're going home. And so, you know, maybe you are a little upset, like, what, again? I'm like, yeah, it's going to be like this until we figure it out, until we get them their own home, right? Otherwise, you know, this is our own doing. And so we're going to be stuck in traffic around this time, even more than usual, right? And so we're not going to shift their times to get out of school to make it convenient for us. We're going to see it for ourselves every day, what we are doing to these students over at Simon Sanchez and having them have to get out at this time. Let's see here. So as you travel and continue northbound in Upper Tumon, you are going to see more congestion throughout Route 1 until you get to about Route 3, which is General Ben Blas Boulevard, right? Other than that, things do clear up northbound on 1. Again, your Real Deal traffic report right here on Wave 105, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Call 478-AUTO. You can also view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com. At Mobile Oil Guam, go farther on every journey with Mobile Synergy Supreme Plus Fuel, which keeps your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details.
5:42 in the afternoon. Hey, we're almost at the 6 o'clock hour on this Monday, Polly.
You know, the legislature worked today.
Oh, really?
They had a public hearing.
Oh.
Today at 2.
Too bad.
Yeah. Well, the game was practically over.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I know there's a big Patriots fan. My good friend, Renee, legislative clerk.
Oh.
Yeah, she's a big...
Oh, now I don't want to talk. I love Miss Renee. Now I feel bad.
Well, you know, when the Seahawks went up against the Patriots and they won, you know, the deal was, you know, she wears my jersey or I wear hers. So there's a picture of me holding up, you know, a Tom Brady jersey, and I'm like, oh man, it's like the pits right now.
I was so happy to see her come back because she left for a minute.
She left for a minute, and she's back, and she's doing what she's supposed to be doing.
They brought her back. Yeah, she's a fixture over there at the legislature.
Major.
It's just not the same when I don't see her.
Yeah.
And so I was very happy to see her back.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah, and she's like, I love her, but she's a Patriots fan, so.
Now I feel bad.
So, you know, and there's a few other Patriots fans. I believe former Senator Will Castro is a Patriots fan, and hey, good luck, dude. Seahawks all the way. You and Renee and whoever out there.
And they stuck it out. They still remained Patriots fans after Tom Brady left?
Tom Brady? I don't know.
Because Tom's the GOAT. I mean, credit where credit is due.
Yeah. You know, they actually, I saw this one picture of all of the NFL superstar quarterbacks, right? All in their jersey.
Yeah.
And, you know, there was like, okay, you got 2 minutes to go, right? And you're down by 7, you know, who do you pick? You know, they had all the greats there.
And who'd they end up picking? Tom Brady?
Yeah, everybody went for Tom Brady because most of these people don't even know, like Joe Montana and you know, others, right? You know, Dan Marino and all that. But you know, I was like, man, that, you know, for me, I'm like, wow, that is a hard choice.
Yeah. I mean, I was just a child. I barely remember Joe Montana. I only hear the stories that my older brother would tell me.
Well,
he's the greatest, right? And I watched some highlights, and I love Joe Montana.
Well, Tom Brady emulated him.
Yes,
you know, so
Joe Montana is his hero for sure.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm not a Patriots fan. I'm not a Tom Brady fan. I could care less. But I watched enough games watching Tom Brady clutch.
Yes.
You know, Mr. Clutch. You know, and he was somebody that, I mean, you knew the game was going to be good. You knew you could be down 30 points. Tom Brady still has a second half. And he did that to the Atlanta Falcons, I remember.
Yeah.
He came back and crushed them.
And
guess who was the not crushed them, but came back and won? The head coach of that Atlanta Falcons team. It was Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, really?
Who is the head coach of the Niners. Wow. He did that to Kyle Shanahan.
Wow.
So.
And then didn't he go to the Bucs afterwards?
And then he won a Super Bowl there with Gronk.
Too. Yeah, and that was his first year too, right?
His first year.
Wow, yeah.
Going somewhere else.
Yeah.
And he knew his time was up. He knew that the Patriots are moving on, and I think he also knew that if he stayed, they just don't have the core group or the group strong enough. It's a team sport to get another Super Bowl. So he took his shot over in Tampa Bay and understood, you know, that Tampa Bay had a pretty good roster and he would be the missing piece, him and Gronk. And sure enough, they were the missing piece, and they got another Super Bowl.
Yeah, you know, after he won it with the Bucs, I'm like, man, I hate this guy, man. He's that good. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, and it's almost like when they compare him with other, like, for instance, Joe Montana, right? It's almost like how they compare Michael Jordan and LeBron James. I'm like, that's not even close, man. I mean,
now we're going to fight.
No, man.
Now we're going to fight.
Okay, no.
LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan.
At flopping, yes.
Look at the competition, bro. Look at the competition that Michael Jordan. Mark Price, that's who was guarding Michael Jordan.
Well, okay, they're saying
Brian Askew. Like come on.
Well,
these guys were not as talented as the caliber, the pedigree of players that LeBron James is playing with. And so, okay, LeBron loses some games, but he's up against
but
these
the problem
athletes are a lot more talented today.
Okay, so
and the game's
let's
faster.
Look at the physicality of how it was back then in Jordan's time versus now.
Sure.
You can't even touch LeBron James.
Sure, but they were not as athletic as they are today, not even close. Just look at their body structure. Look at the speed of the game. The game was slowed down.
Jordan had to go to the gym to get muscles and everything because he was being pushed around left to right.
He could not get through the Detroit Pistons. He could not get through until who came along? Who came along? It's not Jordan. Scottie Pippen.
Yeah.
When Scottie comes, then things open up because now Michael Jordan has space.
Well, that's because when you think about it,
and then they got shooters. Then he got Scott Kerr, Steve Kerr, and Paxton.
Well, when you have a team that says, "Hey, the Jordan rule," when you're focusing on one guy, that already tells you that team already knows the damage one guy can do. And the triangle offense that Phil Jack, I'm not even a Bulls fan, okay? I'm a Magic Johnson fan, but I'm telling you, there's no comparison. I've watched games with LeBron James.
Okay.
The ball is dead. The referee is there, right? Somebody touches LeBron, and then guess what? That referee is calling a foul on a dead ball, and he's trying to figure out what the first incident was. But then somebody comes in and bumps James and everything, and he blows another whistle. I'm like, come on, man. This touchy-feely type stuff right now. You had Charles Barkley. You had who else?
Charles Barkley.
Yeah, what's his name?
Charles
Oakley.
Barkley up against who?
Olden Polynice. These
that's
guys.
what I'm talking about. No, they're not. They're not athletic at all compared to the guys today.
But they'll punch your face. That's what I'm saying. You can't even punch faces nowadays.
Of
right?
course, because what do you do when you can't catch up with people? You punch them in the face. You're too fast for me.
Now I'll give LeBron. Athletic wise, he's good to go, man. This guy has, a wingspan with his arms like 5 feet and everything, right? Yeah. So, and for the most part, he plays all positions. So I'll give him that.
He can play the point all the way to center.
But I think, even when they had the NBA All-Star 75th anniversary in Cleveland, in Cleveland, where that's where his first team was. LeBron James. Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson?
Michael Jordan. And everybody just went up in arms, just calling out Jordan's name. But for LeBron, it was like, crickets, in his hometown. So that already tells you, like, hey, come on, man.
Well, this generation loves LeBron. This upcoming, they sing songs for this guy. This might be it for him. If this is not it, then maybe next year. Yeah.
And then everyone's like, yeah, but he outscored Jordan,
He outscored everybody.
I'm like, well,
the entire league.
If you're in the league for like 22 years, you're going to outscore everybody.
But that says something. That says something. Longevity, right?
Well,
this guy
Kareem
can still
had 20
start.
years.
Yeah.
Kareem had 20 years. And, Kareem, was a great too as well.
He surpassed Kareem.
Yeah. About 2 years, I think?
2 years ago, he surpassed Kareem.
And then who there are others that actually hit the 20-year mark, but they're not as athletic, and they're not, they don't shoot the ball as much as LeBron.
Just look at the competition too. You'll see. If you really look into where the athletes are compared to who was competing with Jordan, like they're all scrubs. You ain't Jimmy Butler. Just Jimmy Butler himself will school Joe Dumars easily.
Yeah.
Isaiah Thomas, too.
Yeah.
So those Isaiah, Joe Dumars, Ben Askew or Brian Askew or Mark Price, those were the guys that were guarding Michael Jordan.
Well,
they're nobodies.
Well, Mark Price.
Even Isaiah
point
Thomas, I'm
guard-wise?
sorry.
Yeah, point guard
Isaiah
wise?
Thomas is no match for even one of the Splash Brothers. Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson will run circles and shoot. He has a way better average than Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah,
So-
I just don't like today's game. It's like, everybody, I mean, now a center, who's supposed to be dominant on the paint is shooting threes. I'm like, geez.
You don't like watching Wemby?
No,
I love watching Wemby.
I just don't like it. I mean, that's why your height
that
is
guy
there,
is
man.
an
you know?
alien.
I mean, I think, who is it? Shaq tried to shoot a three one time, and he didn't come out. But
Shaq can't even hit free throws.
But
remember Shaq attack? Shaq attack every time. It's just he'll miss the free throws. He'll at least miss one.
Yeah, but he would not miss anything on the paint. 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, because it's right there.
Yeah, exactly, and that's
it's 2 inches away from him.
You got to play. You got to play your role, man. If it's center, then be in the paint.
I love watching Wemby.
block
Wemby's
shots.
the guy right now to watch.
Yeah, how
that
tall
guy
does he
is
stand?
7. I don't know. He's definitely 7 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe 7'1".
Because Shaq is like 7'2".
This guy's not even playing 30 minutes, and
Who's-
he's averaging 20-some
Who's
points.
the big Chinese guy that came out and like?
Oh, yeah, Yao Ming.
Yao Ming. Yeah, he was like 7'8" or something.
Wow.
Yeah, he was bigger than Shaq. Yeah, I mean, and he gave Shaq problems.
Yeah.
But a one center that is actually good, Jordan Wise, is Akeem Olajuwon.
Oh, yeah.
You
don't like Tim Duncan? Tim Duncan was pretty good.
Tim Duncan was good, but
I think he's better than Olajuwon.
But because honestly, when you look at how he spin moves and everything, you can actually compare him with Jordan. As big as he is just agile like Jordan. And as a matter of fact,
I would. You know what's crazy is we never got to see Houston versus Chicago.
No.
Right? Because when Jordan leaves, here comes Houston, and Houston wins
twice,
right?
Yeah,
and then Jordan comes back, and then Houston's not in the finals again.
Yeah.
It's a Utah.
Yeah.
Right? With Karl Malone and Ben Askew's guarding you?
That
John Stockton?
That would have been good. That would have been a good matchup because it would have showed a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, because even that team with what's his name, Kenny something. He's a
Kenny Smith.
Kenny Smith.
Yeah.
And then you had Sam Cassell as a point guard.
These guys were shining. These guys were super good during their time.
Yeah.
But they're not going to do it here. Not in today's basketball. No way. Russell Westbrook will just dunk right over a Kenny Smith.
Well,
the Jet, no more jetpack. You ran out of field a long time.
Yeah. And then who was what's his name from Sacramento Kings, the point guard there?
Michael Bibby?
Yeah, that guy was good.
He comes a little bit later, though. He's not Jordan's time.
No,
he's more Kobe's time.
Yeah, he's more Kobe's time.
Yeah.
But that guy
Bibby's
was good. Yeah, that guy was good.
Yeah.
As a point guard.
But that's when Kobe started coming, you started to see the talent just shift.
Yeah.
The Allen Iverson.
Yeah, because
this guy
they opened up to high schools.
This guy's so talented, but man, he's got an attitude.
Yeah.
He don't like to practice.
And he had that famous crossover in Jordan too as well in his rookie years.
Yes.
He made Jordan's knees bang.
So Jordan's Jordan, whatever. You can be the GOAT or whatever, but this guy was a jerk. And I would say he's a jerk today, even. LeBron James, this guy, I guess I'm biased because I would watch his games and he will stop for the fans. He will sit there and he will sign autographs and whatnot. People talk about how Jordan treated even his own teammates.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, people will argue, well, that was the culture then, right? But he was not kind to people. And I think that's also why. I mean, this guy has maybe he still has a big gambling problem, huge gambling problem.
Yeah.
And so
a lot of people don't know about Jordan. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of Jordan either. I mean, I was never a Chicago Bulls fan. I was always, Lakers. But, he actually donated millions of dollars to build a children's hospital in North Carolina.
Sure. Yeah.
No. So
yeah. Also for tax breaks.
Yeah. Well, if you're like making billions, right? Yeah. But at the very least, maybe the reason why a lot of people don't know about it is because he doesn't care about the fanfare or what he does.
Because he's a jerk. I'm kidding.
Hey, how's that Seahawks game today?
But you know who I recently fell in love with because I did not realize? Maybe it's my algorithm. Shaquille O'Neal.
Okay.
That guy, if you just, I don't know, put it in your TikTok, you'll come across hundreds of videos of little kids running up to him and security trying to stop him.
Yeah.
And he turns around like, no, let him come over. He is like the most gentlest giant ever. There's so many videos and news articles of him spending hours with people after. And so he's got the time to do it, and he loves doing it. He loves paying for your bill and whatnot. There's so much video footage out there of Shaquille O'Neal just being a kind person. And so that I would say I find even more. And there is when you are considered one of the best players to ever play the game and you're only 17 years old, you have a lot to live up to, a lot of pressure. And so LeBron doesn't rise to the occasion all the time. He says some things too that I'm just like, wow, that was pretty narcissistic, but it is what it is. Shaquille O'Neal, I've fallen in love with him recently just by some of the footage that I've been seeing of him just being just one of the kindest people that you'll ever meet.
Tell that to Charles Barkley.
I love their relationship. I really do. I love their banter back and forth. That's what made that show.
Yeah.
The TNT show.
Yeah.
Yeah. It really was the banter, the back and forth between the two. Time to get out of here. We'll do it all again tomorrow. We'll start off with Mornings with Patty, rolling with dice from 6 to 10. It's Tuesday, so you'll have Cop Talk in here as well as GCC, and then we'll do another Bright Side with Ryan and I from 2 to 6 right here on Wave 105. Everybody get home safe. Be kind to each other, especially out in the road. Adios.
She reminded me of a golden shore. She was nothing like your average girl next door.